Hello. How are we all today? We got a really, I wouldn't say strange lineup of things to react to, but they kind of just, I find them interesting. How we all doing? How's Star Citizen been treating you all? I haven't played in a couple of days. My break from Star Citizen actually finishes today. It was good but kind of empty. Yeah. Just got, not surprising to be honest. From what I kept seeing, especially the last few days, there was some severe server issues. People not being able to retrieve ships and all that sort of stuff. Like CIG dropped, what was it, the 3.19.1 patch? Hey, execute. Things have been good, mate. Kind of just chilling. Been on a break from Star Citizen for the last couple of weeks. I haven't played in 2 months since your PC shit itself. Jesus. Still kind of waking up at the moment. Well, that's alright. Yeah, Barrack, I can tell you right now. That's normally how my nights go. When I used to stream Piracy, it'd be like, I'd start at 7:30 all the way up until like 11:30 at night. So 7:30 PM to 11:30 PM, I might find one target. I'd go, alright, I'm gonna call it a night now, and just as, you know, we're about to shut the stream off, somebody finds a target, I'm like, alright, let's go hit it. And then next thing we get like 5 targets in the next hour. It's one of the problems with the separated servers is like, there's activity out there, but I think CIG has some pseudo matchmaking happening. Like they must. Because the amount of servers that I go onto and you're just not finding anyone. And I'm not talking about like, oh, you know, like people trading. I'm talking about another person. It's insane. Then again, whenever we're watching people doing while we're doing piracy, like they'll just be sitting around, you know, doing the most random things. There's a reason why Mongrel Squad has the saying, what the fuck is this guy doing? Because we say it every single time we do a hit. And the irony is that it's not one of those things where we teach people to say it, they just end up doing it. Party up Ghost Hollow. Surprised people are still trying to do that one. Last time I went to Ghost Hollow, I'm like, oh yeah, there was like 10 AI cutlasses floating around. I thought, oh yeah, I'll be able to like just string these guys out. No. Got too close, game started lagging, tried running away. Even, I was in a cutlass, blue. Tried running away and bloody the stupid thing. Because we were lagging and I was trying to accelerate, but I was just getting pummeled by the AI. Meanwhile, I'm pretty much moving fucking frame by frame. The time reduced to 20 minutes? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I know CIG was going to make some more changes to try and make Ghost Hollow a bit more attractive. To be honest, I don't understand why they haven't done something similar for Jump Down. Just turn the bloody comm array off, go down, hit a terminal, start it up. We've actually discussed this before in the stream. I reckon you should just use it like a ship's power plant. Just create like a, what's it called? A socket in Jumptown where you can put a ship power plant, size 2. Throw a ship power plant in there and then just have a bar up here above, you know, a screen with a bar on it. It just goes down over time. Yeah, the reason why nobody cares about Ghost Hollow is because it's not attracting PvP players. Like, there's nothing there that people want. CIG still hasn't got in their head yet that there needs to be something worth risking. I think, oh yeah, like people, you know, people playing Star Citizen at this current point in time, you know, bloody, you know, they don't want their time wasted, so, you know, they'll go and do the missions and try and, you know, fight so that they don't waste their time. And it's like, we're all playing an alpha MMO that could be wiped at any moment. People aren't really concerned about their time. Yeah, and, you know, famous last words from non-developer, it shouldn't be that hard to fucking implement, right? Create the socket, hook it up to the machines. Well, that's actually a good segue there, John, to go into the first topic of today's reaction stream, which is an interesting one. It's from Spectrum, and if you saw the thumbnail, you'll see what I'm talking about here. But Star Citizen has never actually been built as if it's going to be an MMO, according to this person. Now, the irony of this is that there is an element of truth to this, but we're going to read through this. I've already read it before, but I wanted to share this with you guys and react to it as well, so that we could actually discuss this particular point. Because it also highlights another issue, and it actually has to do with CIG's communications. And there's an interesting take that I have on this that I think you all might like to hear. So let's get started. Star Citizen has never actually been built as if it's going to be an MMO. This is a thought that occurs to me from time to time, but it's really never left my head since PES dropped. In a sense, it's really obvious. It's in front of all of us. It's in front of us all the time in the environment design. Shops only have 1 or 2 terminals. Major spaceports only have a couple dozen flight bays and maybe 8 or 10 ship terminals. The whole sea has to fly to a weird square in empty space because these 30-kilometer long space stations were built with only 1 to 3 docking ports each. The verse is populated not by towns or small cities or sprawling industrial facilities with their own freight ports, but by tiny outposts with 2 landing pads and 1 terminal. Even the bigger UGFs look to have maybe 2 hangars. None of these environments, sans the shop terminals, were designed at any level to be scaled up or to accommodate a significant amount of traffic. All of them are designed as if players are sprinkled across vast distances in the hopes we're almost never trying to use places at the same time. PES has really accentuated this. I don't know how. It's telling that all of the examples they ever pitched to us were very single-player anecdotes, finding your own stuff, or the kind of thing that might make sense on a modestly populated Rust server where you happen across another player's campsite or shipwreck. but there was never any other possible outcome when introducing that level of persistence to a massively multiplayer environment, or even a moderately multiplayer environment like we have now. Clutter and garbage everywhere. As soon as there's actual indications of how much traffic these places get, the illusion of immersion is shattered. Flying up to a remote outpost and seeing 20 ships parked all around it. Approaching bunkers or caves and seeing the actual results of a multiplayer game where people are farming, PvE content. Something that will always be happening in an MMO, with a dozen shipwrecks scattered around. It just becomes really clear that from an environment design standpoint, alongside some of the tech they're insisting on pursuing, Star Citizen has never really been considered as an MMO at the scale they want to achieve. None of these environments will really survive contact with a 1,000 player server in their current forms, and it's really something that should have been obvious from the moment they were designed. Alright, let's go into the edit. Wanted to reply to one of the most common responses I've seen. There's going to be 100 systems that will all be spread out over a bit, just because it comes up a lot. For one, I don't know how to break it to you all, but 100 systems is a relic of the pre-Planet Tech days and is not something we're ever going to see. But even when accounting for the fact we'll eventually see multiple systems, the entire pitch of server meshing is that shards will be dedicated to smaller and smaller areas instead of Stanton as a whole being a 100 player shard. We're supposed to be able to have shards for just the Crusader area or the Microtech area or even just New Babbage itself. Even if those shards stay at the current player limit of 100 each, these landing zones and stations are very obviously not set up to handle that amount of traffic. And that 100 player limit would, in itself, mean the game has completely fallen short of its goals to be able to have huge multi-ship, multi-crew fleets. Remember, the Javelin is supposed to have a crew of something like 80 people. If we're meant to be spread out as thinly as we are right now post server meshing, then there's really hardly a point to server meshing at all. And this is to say nothing of the eventual goal to populate these areas with NPC ship traffic to make them seem more alive. If NPC ships are coming and going at spaceports, it's only going to clutter them up more. Tie up more hangars, even if it's just for animations before ships despawn, and not ships actually occupying them. It's really weird to me that so many people are treating but will be spread out over multiple systems as some kind of rebuttal, to be honest. Because it isn't one in the slightest unless CIG are completely abandoning their stated goals for player population. Alright. First things first, they're actually not wrong. The way that CIG has been building out Stanton doesn't scale well when you start looking at populated areas. Let's take Everest Harbour is actually a really good example of this. Everest Harbour, I believe, has 20 hangars and 4 docking ports. They've also got, I think they've still got like 8 pads around the station. You just can't get dedicated landing spots to them, but you can actually land on them. But there's a few things that this person just isn't aware of when it comes to Star Citizen and CIG's intent on how they want to do things. The irony is that CIG is already aware of this issue. And whilst they don't have, they haven't expressed their plans on how they're going to address it, all of the problems that old mate's bringing up, they are aware that this is something that they're going to have to address. Now, there are problems with, like the terminals at outposts, the terminals at shops, like those are all issues. The thing is that, you know how people have complained and wanted CIG to create essentially Space Amazon? That's always been in CIG's plans. Like, they actually have wanted to do that for a long time. It's just one of the reasons why they haven't bothered doing it yet. Well, actually, one of the reasons was because of building blocks, and it would require them to spend time building out something that would take, if they did it in the old system, so in Flash, they'd build it out in Flash and then they'd have to rebuild it in building blocks. So by the time they got to that point where they were sitting there going, should we do Space Amazon or not? Like, they just went, no. Like, we'll wait until building blocks is done and then, you know, it makes sense to do it. And this is where, you know, like, this guy kind of misses the point where it's going to become normal to order something through your mobiGlas and then have it delivered to your hangar. It's going to be, you know, normal to purchase cargo and have it delivered to your cargo, bloody cargo storage of the station that you're at. Because this is another thing that, this is another thing that they probably aren't aware of, is that the stations with cargo decks, you're supposed to be able to store cargo there. Which is why, like, you know, when he talks about the whole sea here, you know, it has to fly it to a weird square in empty space because 30-kilometer long space stations are built with only 1 to 3 docking ports each. That doesn't matter. The thing could have 100. You know, but that's still not going to be enough to scale, especially when they have the AI there. So, and it doesn't matter if the ship's docked, like, against the space station or not, if you're loading cargo on it. It just needs to be stationary. It doesn't have to be attached to a station to receive the cargo. It just needs to be close enough so that whatever ships they're using to load that cargo onto the whole sea is able to get to it quickly. And what is it? That's not his only point, though. He's literally just saying stuff, mainly of no real importance, to try and convince others and himself that it's not an MMO game. Well, no, these are actually valid points. Like, any MMO needs to be able to scale with the quantity of players, especially in populous areas. So the observations that old mate's making does make sense. The problem is, though, is that he lacks the knowledge on CIG's intent on how they're going to address these issues. That's the problem. Because those observations there, like, if you don't know anything, and this is, you know, leading into the point that I, you know, mentioned at the start that you guys might find interesting. The problem with this post is that this post would never have been created if this guy was a backer and had been paying attention to what CIG had been putting out over the last 5 years. And I mean, like, really paying attention, like watching every single ISC, watching every single bloody Around the Verse, Reverse the Verse, bloody Star Citizen Live, Calling All Devs, all those different shows. If old mate had watched all those, they would be aware of this stuff too. Let's look at the you know, hangars for, you know, just quickly. The hangars are going to be instanced. So they're not going to increase the amount of hangars at a station. They're just going to set it up so that you watch a ship land in a hangar and then you get called up to the hangar and you may go straight into the same hangar and you'll go in there and it's empty. And that's because CIG intends on instancing hangars and making them private spaces. This is why, you know, like, the CIG's actually mentioned this, they've talked about it, but they haven't really focused on it that much. And this is one of the problems that CIG has, is that they've got all this information out there, and, you know, like, you've got YouTube. You got their YouTube channel. If you watched every single episode, you'd know a lot of these things too. It's like, you'd go through it all, you'd pick up all this information. There's stuff that, you know, Chris Roberts mentioned when he was doing 10 for the Chairman that we're only starting to get now. And 10 for the Chairman was like nearly 9 years ago. Look at the upvotes. Yeah, I know. Like, dude, I 100% get that. Like, the amount of people who don't understand that piracy gameplay is supposed to be intended. You know, and that players are, you know, no longer going to be safe wherever they go. Yeah, but it's not our job to educate them. This is one of the things that you guys need to understand is like, it's not up to the community to educate the community on what, you know, the developer is doing. That's on the developer's, you know, head, because people are going to make these posts. You know what should happen here is that the community management team should be reading this and going, oh shit, this person thinks that we're not building an MMO because of the current game design. We need to put out episodes of Star Citizen, you know, inside Star Citizen that explain our intent. Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, this is CIG's fault that old mate doesn't know what the fuck, you know, is their intent for the game. So, you know, I don't actually blame old mate for, you know, being ignorant. You only know what you know. If you don't know something, bloody, you know, fucking, how can you be, well, how would you think that you're wrong if you don't know anything more? Or you don't know anything better until somebody else comes along. But, you know, it's like, imagine being in the crowd of peanuts, you know, and you're watching the ringmaster at a circus, you know. Actually, no, that's a bad analogy. It's kind of like students in a classroom and the teacher's just sitting there at their desk reading, and the students are teaching themselves, and the teacher's, you know, giving them the book, and they're all, you know, reading through the book, and then, you know, they've given them the task that they need to do, but never actually explained it to them. And that's the thing, is that they're going to miss details, they're going to miss points, and it's going to look like, you know, they're going to have to, you know, like CIG is going to have to rebuild things. And that's another thing, is that in some instances CIG is going to have to rebuild things. You know, like old mate mentions the underground facilities. You know, they are larger, but they're not intended to be like, you know, every single one of them will be visited. If you look at what we're doing in game now, even if we had server meshing, you know, dynamic server meshing where servers are spinning up and spinning down and, you know, like populating, taking over the population of specific areas, there are going to be some areas in Star Citizen that just never get seen at all. And that's the thing, is that why write a Spectrum post if you're not across that info? Because they're not aware of that information's existence. Like, how do you know that you're wrong if you haven't been told everything about a certain subject? That's one of the points that I'm trying to bring up here, is like the amount of ignorance, and I'm not saying this in a malicious way, because, you know, ignorance doesn't mean that you're stupid, it just means you don't know. You don't know what you don't know, as Adrian's pointing out there. And because you don't know, but you'll come across as dumb and stupid, but it's like, the majority of people aren't. They're just ignorant to what's going on. They're ignorant of a subject. They don't know everything about it. They know enough. They haven't hit their Dunning-Kruger yet. They haven't hit the Dunning-Kruger point yet, where they realize that they know nothing. But there are problems, and there are things that, you know, you'd expect that the developers would pick up on, and they're probably aware. But, you know, another part of Star Citizen's development is the CIG sits there and they do this balancing act where they go, all right, is this worth worrying about now, or can we deal with it later when it comes to issues? You know, like wreckages, for example. Ship wreckages are a problem. But when do they have to deal with it, now or later? When can they deal with it? Can they leave it until later? Because they've got other work to do. They're building a fucking MMO for starters. So you may end up, you know, seeing CIG make decisions where it's like, why didn't they just do this thing? Like, you know, it seems simple, but they're like, you know, CIG's gone, in the scale of things that are important and not important to do, this is, you know, not important. So low on that scale that we can worry about it later. Or it may get addressed by something that they do later on. And don't get me wrong, it's frustrating. I get frustrated by it a lot too. You know, seeing, you know, like this fucking shipwrecks all around the outposts and stuff like that. It's like, my own personal thoughts with this is I wish we had certain ships, you know, like the SRV with all those shipwrecks. I'd like to be able to just show up and grab those shipwrecks and move them away. You know, having somewhere, you know, taking those shipwrecks to a scrapyard and dropping them into like a bloody, what's it called? Into one of those, oh, I can't remember the name. It's the machine that bloody crushes car crusher, like a car crusher type thing. Or, you know, with the reclaimer, just bloody use the claw, grab it, draw it into the ship, and then, you know, chomp it up that way. Crash compact it. Yeah, kind of like that. You guys all understand what I'm talking about though. Like, this is that situation where, you know, there's things that CIG could look at implementing, could look at doing small quality of life things that help address these problems, but, you know, from a developer standpoint, they're sitting there going, you know, like, this is how much time we've got, you know, before we have to move on to the next thing. Can we actually get this done? If they sit there and go no, then they'll just, you know, try and find something that they can get done within the time frame. Because time is a currency that you never get back. That's right, Tokutter. Like the SRV and ship marching, like just ship-based tractor beams. Like you being able to move ship components with a tractor beam, or moving ships with a tractor beam would help out a lot. Because I can guarantee you there'll be some people flying around with their SRV and they'll be like, yep, I'm going to grab this and I'm going to take it over to a salvage yard. I'm going to drop it in there. Drop it into the bloody, you know, ship shredder, the, you know, ship crusher, spit out cubes of bloody scrap, RMC, whatever, and then I'll load that up onto my cargo ship and I'll go, you know, take it somewhere else to sell. These are all things that CIG could do, but whether or not they want to do it now or later is another thing. And here's the thing: is that as we get closer to server meshing, we should see CIG trying to address these issues. Like some of them, not all of them, but some. You know, for example, 320 was supposed to be getting ship trespassing. You know, so if you're trespassing on somebody's ship, they're going to be able to stop you. I don't know how, don't know if it's going to scale. I provided suggestions on what they can do. You know, as far as I'm concerned, like, if it's out in the black in dead space, then nobody fucking knows and nobody cares. But if you get caught, well, you ship trespassing, they're just going to, you know, blast you and no crime stat. But in areas where the comm array is active and you're on somebody else's ship and you're a stowaway, you know, right now players end up with crime stats if they defend themselves on their own ships. It is actually possible to do it without getting a crime stat, but it's nearly impossible to pull off consistently and intentionally. There was actually a piracy hit that I did against somebody, what was it, back in 310, so a few years ago now. And something that a lot of people don't know. CIG mentioned this in passing, and once again, you know, this is one of those information issues that CIG has, where I boarded somebody's ship. That it was when rock mining was a thing, and I was trying to ransom them. No, I was trying to extort them for their rock load, and they pulled a weapon on me and started shooting. They were using an energy-based weapon. I was using a ballistic-based weapon, and I moved closer to their rock. And this was before they introduced the SDF shielding. And the thing is that when I moved closer to the rock, the comm array is active during this. I got hit a couple of times. So old mate shot me first and came up as hostile. I got shot a couple of times, but I'd moved closer to the rock, which inadvertently started stopping old mate's shots from his weapon. So I started shooting at him with mine, and because I'm using ballistic, it's going out. And I killed him, and I didn't get a crime stat for it. It was his ship, it was his rock, we're in comrade range. But because he shot first, he got registered as hostile. And I, who did get hit, was just defending myself. And yeah, like, you have to take damage first, but it has to be a percentage of damage before the system will consider you guys hostile. Which is why it's really important to know the difference between, like, the difference that red does not mean criminal, it means hostile. Because that hostility system is the exact same thing that is used in FPS. It's just the time to kill in FPS is so low, it's really difficult to, you know, pull off right. But, you know, this goes back to my point. CIG has this knowledge issue. Like, they've got this wide range of information out there. Like, a lot of information out there. And to find certain bits of information is a real pain in the ass. There have been times where community members have gone out and they've collated, you know, pieces of this information to make it easier to access. You know, you've got the Star Citizen wikis and all that you can go to, but you can't rely on it because it's all, you know, community driven, backer driven. And I can tell you now, there are backers out there who, you know, will interact with these things and they'll try and change them. They'll try and manipulate them to fit an agenda that they want. And you don't know that they've done it unless you've also come across that information beforehand separately that's come from CIG and gone, no, wait, that's wrong. So yeah, like, we can't blame old mate for sitting there saying that. And the amount of people who have upvoted that post, you know, demonstrates a level of ignorance amongst the community, and that's CIG's fault. For example, piracy gameplay. Somebody was trying to insert the definitions of pirate, marauder, bloody freelancer and all that sort of stuff as the different archetypes of criminal, which is actually something that CIG has never bloody agreed to. Although, when this was brought up, there was a CIG community manager present at the time, but it never became a part of the Star Citizen lore. It didn't become a part of the Star Citizen, you know, design documents or intentions. There's this stupid little emoji thing that's hovering over the chat here. I can turn it off. There's been a Twitch. There's been a Twitch sent settings. Turning this stuff on. I'll have to go back over that later. Yeah, I thought I'd share that with you. It's a huge issue that COG has when it comes to information. It's, you know, it's actually one of the reasons why a lot of the posts on Spectrum are the way that they are. The level of ignorance amongst the community is astounding, and it's really CIG's fault. And CIG could alleviate this by creating a a library of sorts of information of all the stuff that they put out. But at the same time, I don't think they really want to do it. One, because it's a lot of information, but two, it's a lot of old information that may be outdated. Like a lot of this, some of the stuff that Chris Roberts has talked about in 10 for the Chairman, no longer relevant. What was it? The PvP slider is a good one. Like the PvP slider, people who are still hanging on hope for that, and CIG is like, yeah, well, we realize that it's actually not going to work. Not if we want to try and build this out the way that we want to. I think they also saw what happened with Elite Dangerous and realized that, hey, it's probably not a good idea. According to Todd Pappy, it sits in the background and it's something that players don't see, and it's based on your gameplay interactions and preferences. Which, is another way of saying matchmaking. But we'll have to wait and see. Alright, I think that's enough on that one. Let's get ready to move on to the next topic. So the next one that we're going to be looking at is actually a video. And yeah, apparently our money's being wasted on Squadron 42. I've actually had this rant too, which is why. There's no way that they could realistically inform ignorant folk. Actually, there is. They already have a system on their website called the Galactopedia. They have a dedicated archivist there whose job is to archive all the lore of Star Citizen. They could be doing something similar with all the information that they've put out. They actually have Comlink. The Comlink, if you scroll back far enough, contains a lot of information there. The Shipyard series. The Shipyard series, is, I'd say nearly 7 years old. It'd be 7 years old this year, I'm pretty sure. Or I could be wrong. Oh no, it doesn't need to be... This is a point that I want to make though. It doesn't need to be up to date and correct. It just needs to be easier to find. Because that's the problem that we've all got now, is that this information, it exists already. It's just really hard to find. And that's why, I see it on CIG to put all that information and centralize it. Centralize that information so it's easier for backers to find. Because I'm pretty confident that if they did that, people would be more inquisitive of what's going on, and they would actually go, oh, I'm going to go look it up. Yeah, and AstroPub goes to a lot of, does a lot of work, does a lot of investigative work to find out, the information that he's looking into, and he's looking at multiple sources. There's nothing wrong with CIG having, a centralized information for their development. And they could keep sitting there going, oh yeah, but it changes. Well, the format of their shows also changed to only show what they're bringing in the next patch. Years ago, they used to talk about things that were further out, further away, things that were still being developed, things that were still in the concept phase. That's still one of those situations though where it's like people can point to it, and this is something that I've had to do in the past, on Spectrum, is you have people make these posts and you're like, all right, I want to give a rebuttal. Now, a lot of the Spectrum posts where they're saying, why don't they do this, why don't they do that, there's normally an answer for why COG's not doing that, and you can point to it if you know where the source is. The problem is that CIG puts out a lot of content. The irony of open development is that the amount of content that they put out pollutes the ability to find that information, like that little bit of information that you need to give that rebuttal. For the longest period of time, the PvE community kept saying, oh, Star Citizen is not a PvP game, it's a PvE game. And they kept linking this thing that came from Todd Pappy, from one of the Calling All devs. And the thing is that if you play the entire clip and you go a bit further along, they talk about the safety of systems, and they're like, there's always going to be a chance of PvP happening somewhere. Like, it's not one of those situations where you're 100% safe from PvP. Oh, Adrian, we get so much more. Like, that's the thing, is like, we get so much more information. A lot of it, though, I don't think is relevant. I think CIG has now orientated their informational shows to be more about generating hype for the next patch, to just keep kicking the can along so that people are still engaged. And they came up with the excuse, it's like, oh, well, development changes, the only constant development is change. Which, yes, that's right, but if you have a plan, it's a change towards a goal. So you have a vision of what you want to build, and things do keep changing, but it's progression, it's about progression to that goal. So it shouldn't be changing drastically where it's like, okay, mining's going to be done with pickaxes, and the next thing everybody's sitting there going, why are we getting laser beams now? And that's one of the problems that I think, the CIG sold, this mentality. It's like, oh yeah, but, things are changing all the time. It's like, yeah, but you guys should be progressing to a goal, right? That's what you are doing. About 15% of all the budget is just to run a team whose only job is to keep Chris and Aaron away from cameras and social media. All they do is buy them yachts, Sorial. Just buy them a yacht and put them on that. And then they don't want to bloody have their pictures taken so that they don't get seen on yachts. That's the thing, guys, is like, CIG, like, a lot of this misinformation or, lack of information is on CIG. If you're going to have open development and you're going to talk about your game, you need to make sure that you are educating your community on what your game is and isn't capable of, and what your intention is and isn't. That's one thing that CIG's been really bad at. They're not really willing to tell people what their game isn't. Like, they've done it on small occasions, but it's like it's almost a sub-note. They're more than willing to sell, this vision of what it could be. But then when we get it in our hands, it's like, what the fuck was this? And it's because they don't set expectations right. Yeah, that's right. You mean No Man's Sky in 4K there, Macho? It's a 4K update of No Man's Sky. That's what Starfield is. Alright. I think I got my point across, though. CIG needs to do better with their information output, and you'll see less posts like that. If they did that, I believe that we'd see less posts like that, and more posts about, debating about whether or not, X mechanic is worth implementing over this one. Yeah. Let's get the ball rolling, though. I want to move on to the next bit of content, because I actually don't have all morning to sit here and chat. My kids should be up in the next 10 minutes to get ready for school. So the next the next bit of content is a video, and as I said before, it's how Star Citizen has wasted our money, and then Squadron 42. This is a rant that I've had, and I'm interested. I haven't watched this one yet. I'm interested to see what old mate has to say here. what was his name again? Just Dave _ GG. Let's have a listen to hear what Just Dave has to just say.
Star Citizen, the game stuck in perpetual alpha thanks to a desire to get more and more new tech into the game, and a step change on the development of Squadron 42.
Hey, we have the same chair. Look at that. You probably can't see that. It's got the Titan.
I asked the question, have CIG wasted their effort, focused on the wrong area, and wasted their money? Your money. Oh, 7, and welcome back to the channel. Squadron 42, a game 11 years in the making. No formal release date ever, and news updates that are so sparse in information, you have to wonder what is the point. So
one out of those 3 statements was correct. One out of those three statements was correct. The sparse information. Has it been in development for 11 years? No. The first few years they had to spend actually building up capital and then working out what they could do and hiring people and, you know, building out the assets so that it could start working on the game. Is it active development at that point? Not really. It's like pre-production. They're not at the development phase by that point. What was the other one? No, it was wrong. I need to listen again.
Ever. And news updates that are Squadron 42, a game 11 years in the making. No formal release date.
There you go. No formal release date. Answer the call 2014. Answer the call 2015. Answer the call 2016. Answer the call. No specific date. You know, like if he's after like, you know, 12th of bloody November or anything like that, but they've given rough timeframes and then they just stopped. And I think that's where the marketing team just kicked Chris Roberts out of the marketing room. They said, you worry about building out the game that we're supposed to be selling. We'll worry about selling it to people.
Ever. And news updates that are so sparse in information, you have to wonder what is the point. So recently the game was removed from the store, sparking a multitude of conversations around the community. Are they upping the price? Are they going to announce a release date? Are they moving it into the PU? Or is it cancelled? That last one is highly unlikely, but coming from a company that's usually really, really good with communication, to have no communication around why this has happened, and I have to wonder why they're not saying anything around this. Last week, Starfield, a game 10 years in the making, announced a whole host of features and systems that were going to be coming to the game. And they've had a release date that's been known since March, which is the 6th of September, 2023. So
yes, but it's already been pushed back once. That's one of the things that Elmate didn't point out either. Starfield was actually supposed to come out in November last year. And then they pushed the date back. Is it? Alright, give me a sec, sorry. Should be able to fix this.
So in that time, they have built the whole game, they have planned their release date, they've got all their features sorted, their marketing is in order, and they're pushing ahead. Quite the contrast. But that got me thinking, why have we heard nothing of any substance about Squadron 42? Starfield is looking like a great alternative to No Man's Sky, Elite Dangerous, and Star Citizen, mixed with a little bit of Mass Effect. And it does all of this in a single game. I'm hoping that with the announcement of Starfield and the upcoming release, this will force CIG from their snail's pace development of Squadron 42 and Star Citizen to actually drive forward and get something out and actually start giving us information around Squadron 42 and the future of Star Citizen.
Yeah, it's a single player game. Like, this is the thing, is that, and this is, I wonder if he's going to bring this up later on. I don't know if he will. Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are 2 separate games that use common assets and a common code base. But they are building 2 different games at once, which is insane. Like, a lot of studios do that already. But when they're working on different titles, like they are drastically different titles, and they have all their infrastructure sorted out. You know, like the beginning of Starfield didn't start with, you know, like Todd Howard going, all right, I want to build Starfield, and going to, you know, his missus and buddy, you know, a couple of friends, hey guys, I want to build Starfield, let's build it together and get started, and then spend the next 5 years building up studios. Like they already had the base there. They already had a game engine, they already had developers, and the developers were familiar with the game engine. They weren't making drastic modifications to it. And this is one of those things where it's like I look at Starfield and I look at Star Citizen. If Starfield was an MMO, I said this last week, if Starfield was an MMO, I'd be like, I'll wait until Star Citizen's, you know, in a further along in the development stage, and I'll just play Starfield. I'll be a pirate in Starfield. But it's not, it's single player. I might look at it, probably won't. You know, we'll have to wait and see. But when it comes to, you know, like trying to compare even just Squadron 42, because this is another thing, is like a lot of people have been trying to compare Squadron 42 to Starfield because they're both single player games, right? No, that's not how this works. Starfield has a single player, you know, driven storyline, but you can, you know, it's in an open world and you can do a whole bunch of other shit in it. Squadron 42 is a single player story driven experience. It's like you're playing a movie. It's reminiscent of the Wing Commander games, you know, the style of telling story through games. Whereas in Starfield, you can participate in the story if you want. If you don't, just go off and do your own fucking thing. Like in Fallout, like in bloody, you know, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and the next, you know, game in the lineup. And I think that's one of the points that kind of gets missed. We've still got another like 10 minutes to get through of this, so let's see what Dave has to say. And let's see if he starts hitting some of those points too.
But Starfield has a real chance of pulling people away, at least for a while. The more I see of it, the more I'm enticed to try it. And that has to be worrying for CIG. So as part of these questions I had, I polled my audience around how they were feeling around the information on Squadron 42 and the information they were getting from CIG. 75% said they were not happy. That is a large percentage of the player base, your player base, CIG, that are unhappy with the information that you are giving them. Any other company with a disapproval rate that high would be out of business in no time. The PU is what's saving Star Citizen at the minute, as well as the player base who continue to buy the ships that you sell. But even in the PU, players are unhappy with servers to...
I'm going to point this out, and I've said it multiple times. People don't spend $3,000 in a fucking ship for a single player game. They might. But they're not doing that for Star Citizen. They're not buying Javelins for Squadron 42. They're buying it for Star Citizen because that's the game that they want to play. They want to be the captain of their Javelin and fly around with their NPC crew, you know, doing whatever. They don't care if they're going to see it in Squadron 42. They're not spending $3,000 on that Javelin to see it in Squadron 42. And that's one of the reasons why, like, I'm not... You know, like I support this point that Squadron 42 needs to be less the focus of what CIG develops, and Star Citizen needs to be the main focus. Now, in the past, you know, Richard Tyra, and this is once again one of those reasons why you go, like, being across all this information that CIG puts out is actually important. The reason why CIG has put more emphasis on Squadron 42 is not only to fulfill their Kickstarter promise, but it also gives them the ability to focus on the development of mechanics in a closed environment where it's not being, you know, influenced by customers and users all the time, where it's not in this position where we sit there, we use it, and we go, oh, we don't like this because of this. And then CIG fixes it, and then they send it back out. And then another group goes, oh, we don't like it because of that. And then CIG's going, well, we're just going to make it the way that we want, and you guys just deal with it. they're able to do that in Squadron 42, and they're able to iterate on it, you know, a lot quicker. The other side of it is that, and this was a question that was put out to Sean Tracy when it came to, you know, it was just one of those questions, and it was not long after Theaters of War had been first announced, where, you know, he was asked, how further along do you think Star Citizen would be if it wasn't in open development? So it was a closed off product like Starfield. And his prediction was they would probably be about 18 months further along in development, because they wouldn't have to worry about quality of life fixes. Like, their employees, the quality assurance guys, like, they just deal with the bugs that aren't that important. Like, they'll report them, but if they get told we're not going to fix that yet because of this new system, they're like, okay, I'll just deal with it. Whereas Star Citizen, being out in front of the public, it's one of those situations where they're like, well, we can't just leave it there for the customers to sit there and have to deal with. We have to address that particular problem because it's a quality of life issue. I'm just catching up on chat right now. Well, that's what we all hope about. Like, Squadron 42 not being that important, but as others had said, it's Chris Roberts' pet project, and once it's out of the way, they'll smash the PU. That's not entirely true. Like, and this is one of the problems that we have with the information that we got about Squadron 42. Because right now, we've got episode 1 of Squadron 42. Chris Roberts intends on there being 3 episodes. And there actually has been a quote of him saying, once they finish episode 1, they're going to move on to episode 2. Something worth thinking about. And it's one of those points where, like, you know, I like to say it, where it's actually important for us, you know, to make it clear to CIG what we actually want. You know, they're making money. The money that they make on Star Citizen is getting funneled over to Squadron 42, and they use the, I'm not going to call it an excuse, but the logic that because they're making it for Squadron 42, they can just bring it across to Star Citizen, right? Yeah, but the majority of their development teams are working on Squadron 42, and there are going to be features in Squadron 42 we're just not going to need for Star Citizen. People bought into Star Citizen first. At the Kickstarter campaign, it was all called Star Citizen, but really what Chris Roberts was selling was Squadron 42. He just hadn't called it that yet. And then after a short period of time, like, the PU was always going to be something that was going to happen, but it was a lot more downscaled. But now what we're looking at here is, like, you know, they've separated it completely, and the main cash cow that they milk to continue the development of not only Star Citizen, but also Squadron 42 is Squadron 42. And they keep taking the money that would be, you know, that they're earning from Star Citizen and pumping it into Squadron 42. Like, Squadron 42 is the moneymaker, and if everything is okay, no more ship sales. That ain't going to happen. I can tell you now, that is not going to happen. The ship sale model is too lucrative for them to throw away. They may reduce it, but they're not going to get rid of it, even though they said that they would. They also said that PvP sliders were going to be a thing. They also said that, buddy, you're only going to be able to land at, you know, planetary outposts and stations like you could in Freelancer. And that changed. Like, at any point, CIG can change their mind. on how they want to do something. It's one of those situations, guys, where it's like, once again, there's a lot of information out there about what's going on, you know, with Star Citizen and Squadron 42. It's just spread out from arsehole to breakfast. And you gotta, like, pull it all in together. Yeah, the reason why Chris Roberts has been absent from the public eye for a long time is because he's focusing on the development of Squadron 42 and pushing to get it done. But also, so that fucking he doesn't end up coming out and saying, yeah, we're going to do all this extra shit. Because every time, and this is one of the reasons why they cancelled 10 for the chairman, every time Chris Roberts got on there and said, oh yeah, we're going to do that, we're going to do that, that meant that that if he says that they're going to do it, that means somebody's going to spend time building it, you know, thinking through how it works, trying to make it, you know, build it out and seeing how it interacts with the rest of the game mechanics. Anyway, we're getting off track here. Let's continue to hear what Dave has to say.
With bugs, with constant crashes, with lack of development, with lack of pushing the game forward. But let's go back to Squadron 42 for a minute. Let's talk about what we actually know so far. It has a star-studded cast list. From Mark Hamill, Gary Oldman, Mark Strong, Liam Cunningham, and Gillian Anderson, to name a few. Feature-wise, we know it's going to have
Henry Cavill,
some difficulty levels. Some difficulty levels? What?
John Rhys Davis.
Every game has difficulty levels.
Like, the star-studded cast that he's talking about there, most of them know Chris Roberts, and they've known him for years. Like, Mark Hamill and Chris Roberts go back to Wing Commander. John Rhys Davis as well is a Wing Commander, you know, like, veteran. The other people, I'm not 100% sure if they had worked with Chris Roberts recently or not, or in the last couple of decades. One of the things, you know, that they could have done, Chris may have done it. He may have just said, hey, I'll give you a stock in the company. Mates rates is. It is a thing in Hollywood. Normally, though, when it comes to mates rates, there's a catch. Normally, it's a stake or a share in the products afterwards. It's one of the reasons why, like, you know, who was it? I think it was for Star Wars, where they all got offered shares. Pretty sure it was Star Wars. Anyway, we're getting off track again. Like, my point here is that, you know, with what, you know, the cast members of Squadron 42, I believe they've all worked on video games at different points in their careers. So they know they're not going to be making a lot of money. But the thing about it is that it allows them to do quicker iterations of acting. So it's something that they could do between jobs. And we're talking about a single-player game here too, guys. So let's not get off into Rust and Tarkov and all that.
Levels. That's not information. Squadron 42 will have first-person shooter elements to it. Great. There'll be character customization and character creation. Fantastic. We'll have planetary landings and possibly procedurally generated planets. And some actions that you take can and will have implications to you when you join the PU.
Where is he pulling this information from? Where is he pulling this information from? Did he mention this? Did I miss that?
Some difficulty levels. Some difficulty constant crashes with lack of development, with lack of pushing the game forward. But let's go back to Squadron 42 for a minute. Let's talk about what we actually know so far. It has a star-studded cast list. From Mark Hamill, Gary Oldman, Mark Strong, Liam Cunningham, and Gillian Anderson, to name a few. Feature-wise, we know it's going to have some difficulty levels. Some difficulty levels? What is that? Every game has difficulty levels. That's not information. Squadron 42 will have first-person shooter elements to it. Great. There'll be character customization and character creation. Fantastic. We'll have planetary landings and possibly procedurally generated planets. And some actions that you take can and will have implications to you when you join the PU. That's it. That's all we know. It doesn't make sense why we have so little information on this game. 11 years.
You've got the vertical slice. They also tried doing the what series was it? They only ever put out one episode of it, but it was going to be a bit of a look into Squadron 42. And the first thing that they showed was this huge satellite dish station thing. Satellite dish station thing. This is one of those situations where it's like, I feel like he's just trying to hype up the lack of information about Squadron 42. There's a lot more than what he's claiming. I'd say I want to keep listening to what he has to say because he's obviously got more points, but he's coming in. The problem is that unless you know about Squadron 42 and more of it, he's actually coming out with a pretty weak argument, but you won't know that unless you know about Squadron 42, whereas for a general audience, you're not going to, like, pick up on this.
I don't even have enough fingers for this. 11 years and $600 million. And that's the updates that we have? That's all we know about this single-player game? Are they going to have state-of-the-art graphics? Which I have to wonder, with the game this far out from initial conception, is it going to be state-of-the-art? With Unreal Engine 5 out now, I have to wonder. CIG are masters of saying a lot while saying nothing at all. Now, at this point, I will add, I personally have not bought Squadron 42. I just haven't seen enough to entice me to buy it. Now, at this point of the video, I'd like to address the PU, the multiplayer MMO area that we spend all of our time when we're playing Star Citizen. So this element of the game is seriously sparse on long-term engaging content.
If you're one of the content creators, you might want to do some extra research, right? you like to tell jokes, do you, macho? Content creator does not mean knowledgeable person. I'll tell you that. You don't know everything as a content creator. The problem is that people who do content creation get treated as though they do. Like, I highly encourage everybody to do their own investigation. Look into this stuff. Don't take my word for it. But yeah, like, you'd hope that they do their due diligence and, research and talk about the subject in a knowledgeable way. Old mate's given very generic generalizations so far. He's not wrong in that not much information is put out about Squadron 42, though. We get a monthly report on Squadron 42, and I just stopped reading them. Because after 6 months of reading them, I was like, there's not much information there. It's like a page of nothing. Very small updates. You could condense it down into a single paragraph. And the reason why is they don't want to reveal too much about Squadron 42. Like, if you guys want to go looking for it, you could probably find an article from a journalist out there that talks about how Squadron 42 Episode 1 finishes. It's out there. I know it is. I've read it. I don't point people to it. I don't have a link to it. I don't tell people about it that often. But if you want to spoil the ending of Squadron 42, or the first episode at least, you can go, Google it, and you'll find it. And the reason why that information got out was because of a press conference that Chris Roberts had, I believe it was around 2016, where they were showing off Squadron 42. And one of the journalists, wrote an article, and they talked about the entire thing. And for whatever reason, CIG decided to show them how Squadron 42 ends. So yeah, you can go find that information. If you don't want to spoil, like if you don't care about spoilers and you don't want to spoil, you want to spoil Squadron 42's episode 1 ending, you can go check that out. All right, let's keep going.
Content. But what do I mean by that? Well, sure, there are game loops. We have mining, we have salvage, we have trading, we have box delivery missions, we have FPS missions, if you can call them that. We have ship combat. But they all get tired really quick.
We got piracy. We got fucking piracy in this game. We've had it for years. This guy's wrong. He doesn't know what he's on about. This is somebody that needs the information just put in front of them.
Server and game stability is still just shocking. It's not where it should be at this time or this length in the development of the game. It should be way more stable than it is now. Bugs are constant. Server stability is a
Why? Like, that's the first question I always ask when somebody sits there and goes, the game should be more stable. Why? Why should it be more stable now? Oh, because it's been working on it for so long. That's not a metric on why it should be more stable. The amount of time that they work on it doesn't correlate with all the features that they keep adding to it. Like, I'll tell you guys right now, like, fucking, from when we got 3.0 to where we are fucking now, it is like fucking night and day. This is somebody that's been playing Star Citizen for 5 minutes. Literally someone who's been playing Star Citizen for 5 minutes and going, oh my god. Like, I agree with the premise that I believe CIG is wasting time and effort on Squadron 42 instead of Star Citizen. Like, I don't care that, Squadron 42 is supposed to be Chris Roberts' little baby, like his pet project. I honestly don't give a fuck about that. I want Star Citizen. I want that game done. I want the resources and, time and effort being put into that product. Now, CIG's explained themselves as to why they're putting it into Squadron 42, and from a development standpoint, it does make sense. But I think they're still putting too much time and effort into it. Even since 3.15, it's a huge change. Yeah, dirty. How's it going, man? Yeah, like even since 3.15, huge change. Like, just fucking, it's been going off. And yeah, I wouldn't say the last 3 years. I'd probably say the last 2. The last 2 years, we're seeing more development in Star Citizen. The problem is, though, is like we had 3.17 last year, which was a patch for nearly a fucking whole year. We were told that it was kind of a necessary evil because of persistent entity streaming, which, once we got persistent entity streaming, we obviously saw why. But there's, like, for me, I guess my timeline on Star Citizen changing and improving is different to what most people is, because I focus on piracy gameplay so much. Like, there's times where, like, I could go back to when we first got the beacon assistant missions, or the combat beacon missions. So we're looking at 3.2. Player-generated combat assistance beacons and personal transport beacons. That, to me, was the first iteration of where we could do more than one type of piracy. When we got 3.0, there was only one type of piracy. That was scooping. Find a cargo ship, blow it up, pick up the boxes, sell the boxes. 3.2, we got mining, but we also got the beacon system. Now we could do extortion and ransom. Although ransom wasn't that big because we didn't fully understand how we could actually disable ships. Disabling ships could happen, but the problem with distortion damage is that it was inconsistent with the way that it worked. You need to, at roughly around 3.2, it would work sometimes, but not all the time. Around 3.4, it started working a lot more consistently, but we had the other problem where when you started interacting with a target and trying to take it down, they could just jump away. And we needed a tool to be able to stop them. And there was a way, like NPCs had QEDs, and there was a way to be able to disable them, get on board their ships, and then be able to fly around with a QED. It was pretty jank, and normally you ended up crashing, but you could do it. Then we had like 3.7, I think it was, when they introduced the Mantis. I'm going to say 3.7. Roughly around the time we got the Mantis, that's when piracy really started becoming a thing, and extortion piracy really came into its own. But also around this time, there was a bug where we had the ability to merge cargo grids of ships, and this wasn't well known yet. And around 3.8, this is when it actually started becoming a thing. And what that demonstrated was the viability of piracy gameplay. The viability of piracy gameplay was finally demonstrated, where you could show up, and if your ship was large enough to merge with the cargo ship or the cargo grid of a ship smaller than you, you could pick it up and fly off with it and sell that cargo as your own. And what that demonstrated there was piracy's viability for making credits. Now, we weren't going to see that come about again until significantly later, until 3.18. But we saw the viability start then. Then we had 3.9, where we had the Laranite rush. And bloody just extortion gameplay really started coming into its own. But that's also like around 3.8 was when we started Mongrel Squad started dabbling in shipboardings. And we'd started a little bit earlier, but it was like, well, what's the point? There's no benefit to it. So we started doing it more though, especially when somebody said that you couldn't do it. I went, fuck you, guy. We're going to fucking do it, and we're going to show videos on it. And thus the YouTube channel for Mongrel Squad was born. And throughout the years, like when we got the Rock, which was like 3.10, got the Rock, that showed the viability of the piracy gameplay loop. So for me, like with what you guys talk about when it comes to, like Star Citizen's development, or, like how it's improved, like dramatically over the last couple of years, I would say yes. Like I'd say the last 2 years it's improved dramatically. But for piracy gameplay, there's always been steps. And they're not obvious ones, not unless you've been there and you've been paying attention to what's actually going on. But for us, or for me at least, it's always been that progression. Like there's always been some level of constant progression. It's just, and I've said this all the time. I'll say this all the time. There's been progression in Star Citizen. It's just at a glacial pace. It's never going to be as fast as we want, but it's going to progress. But if you look at 3.0 and you look at what we got in 3.19, it is like night and fucking day. Like, people talk about, oh, why can't we have the service stability that we had, back in X patch? Well, it's like, because we have so much more than what we had back in X patch. And if we even attempted to take the network code that you had in that patch and apply it here in this patch, everything would be worse. Are we going back to extortion hits? No, not yet. There is no reason for us to go back to extortion hits. CIG needs to make extortion a more riskier prospect before we even consider it. Like, trust me, I get old mate's frustration when it comes to, you know, how they're supposed to be, there should be more in this game, but the reason why, and part of the reason why I agree with the premise is the majority of the development teams are working on Squadron 42 instead of Star Citizen.
Massive issue. And the game has been in, quite frankly, a shocking state since around 3.15, 3.16. That's over a year where backers, your backers CIG, have not been able to test or play the game that they have paid you for. Backers that are in a range of hundreds to tens of thousands of dollars. They're unable to play the game properly. But this made me wonder, have CIG wasted our money? Have they gone in the complete wrong direction? With the PU in such a bad state, it had a period of stability around 3.13, 3.14. Some would argue that was actually the peak of Star Citizen stability and gameplay. But have they wasted their money? And I guess this is quite a controversial stance, but Squadron 42 is just a single-player game. If you take your average single-player game, you're going to play that through from start to finish 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 times a lady. Once, twice, 3 times a lady. The rest of the time you'll actually be in the PU playing with your friends. You're not going to be playing the single player game after you've run it through. So should CIG have spent more of their time, more of our...
I don't know about that. That's one of the problems, because we don't know a lot about what's going on in Squadron 42. What we do know, and this is once again like all the stuff that you talked about with Squadron 42, it's, you know, you couldn't call him wrong. You can't say he's wrong. Because it's very surface level stuff. Yes, Squadron 42 has all that. What it also does have is the, oh, what is it called again? It's the same system that they use in Mass Effect. I think they called it the Paramore system or something like that. A reputation system where you could either get Paramore or Renegade. You know, decision-making trees when it comes to interacting with NPCs. And that's one of the features that they're putting into Squadron 42. It is story driven. You can interact with all the NPCs on the ship, talk to them, build reputation with them. Some of them you can, you know, build romances with, apparently. Like Mass Effect. And some of them may actually unlock information and unlock missions for you to perform. Paragon? There we go, the Paragon system. So, Paramore is like the love. Yeah, well, that's all I was trying to do in my Mass Effect. I was just trying to love everyone there. No, like that's a really important feature set that could actually influence the, you know, the gameplay of Star Citizen, where everybody's, or correction, Squadron 42, where everyone's run through is slightly different. And there's going to be nerds out there who are going to be like, I'm going to do every single, you know, pathway possible, and they'll choose every single pathway, and they'll be like pathway trees, you know, people will be putting them out there, and it's like, oh, if you want to get this special ending, you got to do all this extra stuff. You know, like the missions, you know, they've talked about how you could be stealthy, or you could do the, or you could just go in guns blazing, and that's really only 2 methods of doing those missions, but, you know, you could do them those ways. It feels like old mate needs to watch the Vertical Slice to see the gameplay that they had intended, even as old as it is. But yeah, like, the majority of people will probably only play through it once, maybe twice. He's not wrong on that. Like, once again, it's surface level, not wrong, but there's a lot more to it.
More money and more of their focus actually driving forward the MMO PU aspect of the game. Because if they had, this game would probably have been out a long time ago. And I'm going to talk about that later on as well. Now, I know there'll be people in the comments saying, but Dave, server meshing and persistence and everything else takes time to build. But let's be honest, persistence has been an absolute nightmare since it joined the game. The servers have been in a worse state than ever thanks to persistence. And server meshing, well, we still don't have that. But I could imagine that that's still going to be a mess when it comes out, much like everything else that they put into the game for the initial proof of concept. And they also consistently have a bunch of other systems and a bunch of other ships and a bunch of other this, that, and the other that they're working on that don't seem to ever come to fruition, at least not in any timely manner. Now, when you're working in software development, you usually work in agile scrum or sprints, where the goal is to actually achieve something by the end of that usually 2-week period. But it certainly doesn't seem like they're working that way, because they constantly have new things going into their backlog that never get actioned and never get taken forward. And the real reason for this is because they're actually focusing all their efforts, or most of their efforts, on Squadron 42. A game that they've taken your money for and still not delivered or giving you any meaningful, tangible updates on. All the while selling us more ships for us to go and buy to fund even further, and running more and more free fly events that all that does is give the new players that are coming in a bad experience because the servers are a bloody mess, and your backers a worse player experience because the events are getting more and more frequent, and that brings with it the server instability, the crashing, just the absolute mess that makes people like me just completely avoid the game during these events.
Yeah, the agile methodology requires a higher level of discipline than what most people are willing to implement. Like you have to be, like on top of your sprint for it to work. And most people don't like that. See, with old mate, I'm still waiting to hear about his metric as to why CIG should be a lot further along, other than because they're working on Squadron 42. Because they could be only focusing on Star Citizen and not be as far along. They could still be in the same spot. Certain mechanics just may not be ready yet. This is one of the points that CIG has actually made quite a few times, where there's dependencies that need to be built out first before they can introduce another mechanic. And it's kind of what we've been experiencing, throughout the years. Persistent entity streaming is a dependency that server meshing needs to work. Well, it needs it to work before they implement server meshing because of what they want to do. They could probably achieve server meshing without PES, but once again, they'd then have to go back over and rework server meshing if they introduce PES. But another problem is like, and this is something that a lot of the backers don't pay attention to, PES is the response to the failure of the previous iteration of a database management system that CIG was aiming for, realized that it couldn't do what they wanted at the scale that they were after, so they had to change gears and work on another system. And I'll say it now, it's like CIG does a really bad job at presenting that information there. Once again, like CIG puts out a lot of stuff, but it's always about the next thing. It's, I've said it earlier, like CIG's turned their content, output into generating hype for the next patch. And all the information that they put out there about the, development cycle of the game, and the stuff that they worked on for the last month or anything like that, it's all in written format as opposed to a video format. And to be honest, like that, I look at that and I see that should be in a video. Like that should be on CIG to put into a video format. They have the subscriber system people pay money for CIG to create content. That is one of the pieces of content really that CIG should be making, like that monthly report. And they used to do something like that back in 2018. They used to have, like, it was every week. They'd have, you know, like the devs get onto around the verse. And it would go for ages. I think if they took that monthly report and turned it into a video, I think they would actually start satisfying a lot of backers' information needs. 1 second. So, I need to go AFK. I'll be right back. Sorry, kids just woke up. They wanted to say good morning. Not sure. What's my view upon why they removed Squadron 42 from the pledge store? I've always maintained this view since the start of the year, that CIG's got Squadron 42 a lot closer to finish than what we realize. Thing is that they control the output of information, so, you know, like, it could be a lot closer to finishing and we just wouldn't know. And then they drop it at bloody CitizenCon and everybody goes nuts. Everybody's like, oh my god, you know, we've got something here, and the can gets kicked along. That said though, like, I would say that CIG, you know, like, it would be in their best interest if they're, you know, in a position to release Squadron 42 this year. Give it a crack. Then again, like, making sure it comes out bug free, and this is one of the points that I think, like, a lot of people need to understand, is that CIG is under a lot more pressure than most developers, purely because of the, you know, the perceived development time of Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So if CIG really wants to, you know, like, shove it back in the naysayers' faces, they need to release Squadron 42 without any bugs. Or, like, the bugs that they encounter, like, players encounter, are just like the most random thing that you couldn't pick up on and only affects like 0.01% of the player base. But yeah, like, that's my thoughts on Squadron 42 and why they've taken it off the store. I have heard other theories. One of them was actually quite interesting. It had to do with laws with a specific country. I don't know all the details about that, so I'm not going to go into it. But it was an interesting theory. Maybe it's a possibility. I hope not, but yeah. Let's continue listening to what Old Man has to say. He's going into a bit of a rant at the moment, so, you know, let's push through this.
But how does that make you feel? Let me know in the comments. I'm really keen to find out how you feel about the free fly events, the server stability, the fact they haven't given us any information on it. Now, obviously, if you're making it this far in the video, you're probably quite liking it, and maybe today is the day that I earn your like and your subscribe. Now, let's take another great game. No, it's not. It certainly wasn't a great game. Now, let's take another great example of a game that sold a lot, made a lot of money, based off nothing. Anthem. At E3 2018, EA announced Anthem with a full trailer, all the singing and dancing, bells and whistles that went with it, but the game wasn't even in development yet properly. The developers found out what they were making while they were watching that video with us. They sold over $100 million of this game based on a fake video created just for E3. But what we actually got was a dumbed down, just shade of what we saw in that launch trailer. Now, I'm not saying that Squadron 42 is fake. I'm not saying that whatsoever. What I am saying is they're in the same position that Anthem were in. They've shown us a trailer and they've given us no information, but they've been taking money for it with delivering nothing. Now, they've cited the fact of they didn't want to give spoilers and they wanted it to all be spoiler-free and they didn't want to give anything away. There must be aspects of this game that are spoiler-free. There must be aspects you can show gameplay of without ruining everything. Giving us systems and features is not spoiler. It would actually entice people more to...
Yeah, I was going to say, they've actually shown quite a bit. Like, even the only concern that I have, and this is one of the frustrations based on what we've seen, is that they have already got all the stuff that they need, and really what they're doing is just fixing and polishing and fixing and polishing. Like, they've been, the conversation system that they have, the reputation system that they have, FPS missions. Although there are other things, like CitizenCon last year, they did show quite a bit, like FPS scanning. That's in Squadron 42. They developed it for Squadron 42 first, and they said, yeah, we're going to be bringing that into the PU. And we're like, oh yeah, well, cool, when? Like, soon. Like, fuck you guys. Thanks for that. They have stuff to show from Squadron 42. The thing is like, it's not going to be anywhere near the quantity of what you'd expect in the main game. That's the thing. I don't think he's lying. Like, I'm going to put it to you guys this way. I don't think old mate's lying. He does have a point. He's not entirely wrong. He is whinging. He is having a whinge, which is expected. Like, fucking we all want this game. We all want Star Citizen to, get finished. I've had a Suki Lala on bloody stream quite a few times. Most of you guys have been around for it. But this guy is just, he's ignorant to a lot of this stuff. And it's not on, as a content creator, he probably should do his due diligence in making sure that he understands what he's talking about and investigate. But the majority of content creators are about getting clicks and views and, so that they bring those dollary dues in. And from his perspective, though, and I'm putting myself in his shoes, he's not entirely wrong, but he hasn't sought out enough information, but it is also not easy to find either. It's not obvious to find. Would you guys know to go look at CitizenCon last year to, find out what they've been working on for Squadron 42? Because they only mentioned small snippets of it. Bending the truth to make it look worse than what it is. Well, that's the thing, is I mentioned this with the previous post, guys, the Spectrum post. You only know what you know. This guy just hasn't hit his Dunning-Kruger either. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt on some of this stuff. It's like, especially when they put time and effort into it. If you go looking, you will find the information. It's just you're going to have to look harder than what you would expect to. Yeah, that's the thing. And as Avatar's pointing out, you've got to look into, a lot of the content that CIG is putting out there. And it's important to do that. Yeah, well, that's another thing, Avatar, and I don't think a lot of people are aware of that. And unless you go to Spectrum and you see all the salt about, you know, CIG mentioning a skill system, most people aren't going to be aware of that because CIG isn't constantly talking about it. And that's the thing, is like CIG doesn't constantly talk about certain mechanics and certain implementations of features and things like that. Yeah, we got a preview of the FPS scanning system, but we probably won't see anything on inside Star Citizen until they're ready to put it into Star Citizen itself. But when they do, it's going to be pretty, you know, like, it'll be pretty quick. You know, the implementation, because they've already developed it for Squadron 42. Yeah, like old mate saying there's not much information out there. There's a lot. It's not as much as what you would expect, but you got to look hard for it.
Buy into it. It would actually give the people who've already paid for it something to look forward to, and actually an idea of what they've paid for. It's a great chance to show your backers what they are backing. Now let's talk about what CIG could have done differently. By taking that focus away from Squadron 42 development and not putting as many people on it and step changing across to the PU creation and getting that in order, they would see multiple benefits which would keep people coming back to Star Citizen and actually bring in a host of new players. You would get to a release date faster. Your release cadence of new features would increase dramatically. You would have a better relationship with your customers, a reduction in the negative marketing, and
hold up.
They were 42 development
You started
and not
listing
putting
stuff
as
up
many
and I
people
missed it.
CIG could have done differently. By taking that focus away from Squadron 42 development and not putting as many people on it and step changing across to the PU creation and getting that in order, they would see multiple benefits which would keep people coming back to Star Citizen and actually bring in a host of new players. You would get to a release date faster. Your release cadence of new features would increase.
Why? How would they get to release date faster? Like the release cadence. So the release cadence on features doesn't increase because of the amount of people that you have working, or doesn't, you know, get shorter because of the amount of people that you have working on features. You could do concurrent features, but I brought this up earlier. There are just some certain features that are dependent on previous, you know, features being developed first. And not everyone who works at CIG is able to do those tasks. Well, here's my thought on that, Macho, like about throwing more money against the project. If you put money in the right places, you will get better results. You know, like the networking team, CIG should be fucking paying top dollar for those guys. You know, like the networking engineers required so that we can achieve server meshing, and, you know, like the level of fidelity that CIG is looking for when it comes to Star Citizen and being able to scale up. The networking engineers required for that need to be, you know, like offered a stupid amount of money, just so that we have that experience, knowledge, and expertise. Because, you know, like within the software development industry, those sorts of people are a finite resource. So offering top dollar to outcompete, you know, other companies that are vying for those same people who are going to be working on projects that are nowhere near the scale of ambition that what CIG is aiming for, I think is a priority for, you know, paying top dollar. Like that is an instance where I see them throwing more money at the problem can actually help solve it. But hiring more people may not achieve what they were looking for. Like, yeah, I think CIG needs to like look at spending a lot more money on certain aspects of their development teams. Unfortunately, I think they waste a lot of their money on certain aspects of their development and their meetings. One of the things that I'm actually interested in, and just as a side note, like, I'm interested to see how many meetings CIG has that are productive enough to contribute to the projects that they're working on. Or if they're just having meeting after meeting, and then, you know, in a working day, they've had like 4 meetings, and then the workers only have 2 hours to work on features for that day. And then the next day, they've got another couple of meetings. Steve Jobs was infamous for like trying to make meetings as short as possible and making sure only who needed to be there was present. And if you didn't need to be there, he'd kick you the fuck out and go, get to work. There's shit that needs to get done. And one of the problems that I think, you know, a lot of companies have, a lot of software development companies have, is they end up in this bureaucratic cycle where they have more meetings than, you know, production going on. The bigger the company, the more meetings. Yeah, fucking, and that's a problem. Like, I'd like to know. Maybe CIG's already aware of it and they're addressing it, but I wasn't too keen at the start of the year. One of their videos where they're talking about server meshing and all that, and how they had this, you know, conference, and they went for a couple of days and they had like heaps of people there. And I'm just looking at it, I'm like, how many of those people are actually needed? Like, are those all the leads, or is that like everyone that's working on it? Because I don't imagine everybody that's working on it needs to be there. It's that old adage, you know, could this meeting have been an email? You know? But yeah, like, old mate listing this stuff off, and I'm going to go back to the start of it. Old mate listing all this stuff off, I don't think he fully understands that some of the features that he, you know, that CIG plans on working on just either aren't important enough yet, or they're still waiting on certain dependencies before they could actually, you know, implement those features. Let's listen.
Increased dramatically. You would have a better relationship with your customers, a reduction in the negative marketing, and the game would be out, or at the very, very least in beta, which shows progression.
Fucking what? Oh, it wouldn't. How? One of the pillars of Star Citizen is server meshing. Like, Star Citizen hasn't even hit its MVP status yet. Minimal viable product. Based on what CIR wants, Chris Roberts, based on what he wants, Star Citizen hasn't hit MVP. We don't have quantum. We don't have bloody server meshing. What else don't we have? There's actually a lot of smaller percentage systems that we don't have. Avatar, that's always going to happen. Like, you know, some developers aren't going to know what the others are doing, and that's okay. They only need to know what the others are doing when it's relevant to what they're working on. Like, this is one of those situations where it's like, the leads need to know what the fuck is going on. They need to be able to filter that information down. But the guys who are working on the features, they don't need to know, you know, like X is working on this feature unless it impacts the one that they're working on. So it's okay that they don't know what the others are doing. That's normal. But yeah, like, always saying that CIG will be a lot further along in development if they had more developers working on Star Citizen. Maybe? It depends on it depends on the dependencies that some of those features require to be implemented beforehand. Because if it requires, you know, specific feature sets, and, you know, those developers who are waiting on them aren't capable of creating or working on those feature sets before they can actually work on the next thing, then they're useless. They're not doing anything. You know, you got to task them onto something else. My concern is when you see developers go, oh, I'm going to work on this other feature that, you know, doesn't really do much. You know, like the racing stuff adds entertainment. But did we need it now? No, but it started off with the developer working on that shit on his own time and then went, hey, look at this. And they're going, oh, we can turn that into something. I don't think that's an LED light in the background there, no rack. I think that's like a spotlight. Maybe? I don't know. Actually, no. Is that like a VR headset just behind his right ear there? Just over there with a cursor? The thing about this is, I reckon, like, it's all well and good to think that they'll get it done faster if you have more people working on it. You'll be able to build out systems quicker if the dependencies have already been established. If the base has already been established, then yeah, you could probably get it done faster. Like racing as a gameplay loop is a really good example of a set of features that you can add to the game that didn't require much time and effort. Don't require a lot of the dependencies because they're already there. But server meshing, or correction, salvaging, for example, they could have built salvaging out earlier, but they were going to work on, was it cargo physicalization, so physicalized cargo. That was a feature that they wanted to put in, and they're like, well, we're going to need something for salvaging, and we're going to be doing hull scraping as a feature, and we're going to have the ship shit out of box. Which means that if we wanted to do that, then we need physicalized cargo. So we didn't get salvaging until we got physicalized cargo. And they developed, once they got the physicalized cargo sorted out, salvaging, you know, was introduced at the same time. That's an example of dependencies being required. And salvaging and physicalized cargo were developed in concurrency. And you could do that because the system of, you know, hull scraping, which is just firing a laser beam and making a bar, like realistically, salvaging, if you broke it down into its core components of what it actually is, it's just pointing at a surface long enough and then dragging your cursor along a surface long enough until a bar goes from 0 to 100%. And the surface that you're pointing your cursor at, you can't keep it in the same spot because it has a finite amount of material in that position, so you need to keep it moving to make that bar go from 0 to 100. And once it hits 100, another system gets told, hey, we've just created, you know, this bar just hit 100%, shit out of box. And that's the physicalized cargo part. So those two systems could be created in parallel to each other, because when the physicalized cargo aspect gets added to the salvaging gameplay, it's just a box appearing inside of, you know, a container and then getting shut out. So CIG could like develop those two sorts of systems in concurrency, but if they had introduced salvaging gameplay before they introduced physicalized cargo, they would have to do something similar to what they did with mining, where you'd have to fill specific bags and then take those specific bags to a, you know, outpost or, you know, a TDD to sell. So yeah, like the dependencies for mechanics are actually a lot more important than what people realize. And if there's certain things that CIG want to work a specific way, then, you know, unless those dependencies are there, features aren't going to get built out. All right, let's finish this off. We've been going on it for a long time.
Something that we are crying out for, and something that they have failed to deliver consistently time and time again. More systems would have been playable by now, and I don't mean systems actually in-game systems. I'm talking like systems like Stanton and Pyro, and the server stability would be significantly better, there would be far less bugs, and overall we would just be in a much better position and happy little space nerds. But the fact that CIG haven't gone in this direction, I feel is actually starting to hurt them, because people are still calling the game a scam, we're still no further to release, they still have nothing to show for Squadron 42, or at least refuse to show it. And even existing citizens that have been around the game for ages are starting to get frustrated. Sales are down, both in new starters and in ship sales. So look at Invictus, that just happened as a perfect example. They didn't make anywhere near as much money as what they have in previous years. Now, is that down to there being no ships that people were interested in and it being mainly ground vehicles? Possibly. Or is it down to a lack of engagement by the player base and actually people wanting to provide more money? I know plenty of people who are staunch backers of Star Citizen, and I'm talking tens of thousands, that even they're getting frustrated with the lack of progression and the snail's pace development that they're seeing, and also the lack of updates that we're receiving from CIG. All the while they get asked to continuously and repeatedly buy new ships, all to fund a single player game that we've heard nothing around, when they could have developed the PU. So have CIG wasted their money? I think so. I think they've gone in the complete wrong direction, and I think it's actually hurt them. However, I'm keen to find out your opinion. Do you think CIG have wasted their money? Do you think Squadron 42 has been overly focused on taking development away from the PU? Do you think that's harmed the game longer term? Are you happy with how Squadron 42 is going? Because maybe you are. Let me know in the comments below. I really am keen to find out what your thoughts are. And while you're here, maybe check out this video.
Yeah. I agree with them to a certain point when it comes to the amount of focus that Squadron 42 has gotten. You've all heard my opinion on it. You've already heard my opinion on that. The points that old mate brings up though are pretty weak. Like, you know, we have seen a lot more from Squadron 42 than what he claims. Though I will blame CIG for that. That is CIG's fault. Should old mate do his due diligence and go looking for that information? Yeah, he should. But I blame CIG for not making it easier to find. Because it should be. Like, if you care about people knowing about your product, you should be making it stupid easy for them to find that information. And the thing is that I'm pretty confident that this guy would be, you know, like a more vocal supporter of Squadron 42 if he knew more about it. That's the thing about this, is that if he knew more about Squadron 42, he'd be a more vocal supporter of it. I still agree that, you know, CIG is wasting time and effort on, you know, no, they're wasting their assets focusing on Squadron 42 as much as they are. But, you know, like, once again, that comes from a position of ignorance where we don't know enough about Squadron 42 to go, oh yeah, like, it's, you know, time well invested. In my opinion, it's not, because we haven't seen as much from, you know, Squadron 42. We have seen a lot more than what old mate's claiming, but not enough in my mind to really justify the majority of the studios working on it. That, and I also believe that because Squadron, you know, Star Citizen is the main moneymaker, that should be the product that they focus on the most. Like, that's what we want. That's the product that we want. That's what we're paying thousands of dollars for. We're not paying thousands of dollars for Squadron 42. We're paying thousands of dollars for Star Citizen. So we should be getting that. That should be the priority. And I believe, like, if, you know, like, you could get both. Like, you could build Squadron 42 out of Star Citizen assets. There are features that are, you know, specific to Star Citizen. And there'll be features that are specific to Squadron 42. But you should only address those features when they're relevant. Side effects, to be honest, like, I don't think ship sales are ever going to go away, even though CIG has said that, you know, they are. They will go away once, you know, I think it was when Star Citizen hits beta, which they're not. I don't think, you they'll ever get rid of the ship sales. I think they'll continue the pattern that they've got. Limited amount of ships, you know, throughout the year with specific sales associated with specific events. It's a model that works for them. They will make hand over fist, you know, heaps of, you know, dollary dues when the game is a lot more stable. And when I say the game, I'm talking about Star Citizen. They could release Squadron 42 tomorrow, you know, in its polished, non-buggy state. That's not really going to cause people to go flocking to Star Citizen straight away. What will happen is that a lot of people that were playing Star Citizen, and this is, you know, something that a lot of people also don't fully understand. CIG is kind of banking on that when they release Squadron 42, that they're going to be able to make enough money, you know, selling copies of Squadron 42 to support the continued development of Star Citizen. That's not going to happen. The copies of Squadron 42 that they've already sold are sold to the people who are already interested in the game. That's the majority of the sales done. They've already got that money and they've spent it. That's why they're relying on Star Citizen's bloody income to continue the development, to get the AAA status of, you know, game that they're looking for. So when people buy into Squadron 42 afterwards, we're looking at the smaller market. It's not going to be as widespread as what people are hoping. Not to the point where they could get rid of the ship sales. And then on the flip side, it's actually not in their best interest to get rid of the ship sales if it ends up going, you know, the complete opposite direction. I'm wrong. And Squadron 42 just causes this flood of people coming in. And that's it. You know, like, if it ends up being the majority of people buy into, you know, Squadron 42, and like we're the minority of crazies who were early adopters, and the main audience comes in afterwards, CIG is just going to make hand over fist. You guys think that making, you know, $20 million, you know, $100 million in a ship sale is going to be a lot? They'll be making that, or 100 million per year is going to be a lot. They'll probably start making that in a ship sale. CIG releasing Squadron 42 in a non-buggy state is essential, though, to proving to the audience, the wider audience, that yes, they can produce a product that is not buggy, especially, and this, you know, once again I make this point, you know, no bugs, or the bugs that they have are like only affect 0.01% of the player base. Because not only do they, you know, shove into the face of all the naysayers, hey, you know, we can produce a AAA quality game that has no bugs, but they can also go, and we did it while building this other game. And we did it, you know, from scratch, building up a studio or a set of studios. And, you know, like, look at us, you know, we've only been around for X amount of years. We've put out this product that doesn't have any bugs in it. And you look at these other AAA publishers who are putting out buggy products. You know, like, we'll get what we get when we get it. That's it. That's the reality that we're facing. All right, I think we've spent more than enough time bashing on bloody Squadron 42, Star Citizen, old mate. Let's move forward. Ironically, this Spectrum post is about piracy moving forward. Chris Roberts becomes king of the world. It validates him a lot, I'll tell you that much. It will validate, you know, his desire, his dream, his push a lot more. And his arguments that he's put forth that, you know, players want a high quality product that pushes the boundaries. Alright, but let's talk about piracy moving forward by Mr. Smash. This is on Spectrum. Actually, you guys are right. I've been forgetting all about the links. They are in the description. I did put them there. Alright, here we go. I'll get the Spectrum post ones. I apologize For previously forgetting about these links, they are in the description of the stream video. This should be the Spectrum Post one. This is piracy moving forward. I drafted a massive thread about the types of piracies and their pros and cons, but lost it, so here's the shorthand version. Kind of interesting in what they thought that the pros and or the types of piracy and what their pros and cons are, considering we have videos already on it. I'm always interested to see what other people think of the different types of piracies are. Currently, piracy is focused heavily on traders and whatever is coming into salvage depots. I think they're talking about the salvage yards. This is largely because traders are easier to target than miners or salvagers. Yes, to a certain point. I'd like to propose some things to make the piracy loop more interesting and viable. Okay. 1. Increase trader profit margins. This would make their investment risk less and encourage more people to do it. Keep the profit per run the same. I'm going to read through this and then I'm going to go back through it. 2. Decrease the insane amount you get paid for bunker missions, NPC bounties, and beacons. These are too lucrative and push most of the player base into these loops. Reward these players with access to better loot. A serious threat bunker should pay like 40k but give you access to more rare weapons and better rare weapons, i.e. Railgun Mark II. Let us sell from stolen ships. It makes no sense that Brios cares whether the stolen cargo is in a stolen ship. Just let the last person in the pilot seat or the owner sell the cargo. Transferring cargo from ship to ship takes too long or dilutes your profit margin too much. 5+ players unloading a C2, for example. Until we have tractor beams and large cargo containers unloading C2s full of barrel, it is just a waste of time when you can just run 4 bunkers an hour for 400k plus loot. What fucking bunkers are you running for that gets you 400k? I know there's 90k bunker missions. I don't know if you're able to run 4 of them in an hour though. 4. Make the quantum jump part of quantum, or make the jump part of quantum have a significant fuel cost, much more than the journey itself. This encourages players to do direct jumps and be more likely to be snared. Alright. When are we going to get scanning, and is it going to give us the ability to find those needles in the haystacks that aren't worth trying to find at the moment? I.e., can I scan someone in the asteroid belt? Give us a beacon as a tool that we can attach to a ship rather than having to exploit package delivery missions to track miners from spaceports. It can be expensive, 50k a shot or something. Disable the ability to self-destruct a ship while it's disabled. It's weird that this is even a thing. People will argue against this, but it doesn't matter whether technically you should or shouldn't be able to do. While you can, disruptors are just not worth using. I feel like this person watches our channel. Get rid... Okay, this is 8. It's got the sunglasses face. Get rid of the ability to punch open a ship. If I want to steal a ship, I should have to make noise doing it. Alternatively, let us do it with Tiger Claws, maybe make it a few minutes before it hacks the door code. 9. Make a quantum dampeners radius usable. 2k is not on a ship like a Cutlass Blue. You fucking serious? Should be like 5 kilometers. Give us a couple of other ships with this ability. Maybe the Avenger Stalker would be a good choice. 10. Get rid of trade routes that can be done within a planetary system, especially those that can be done on the same planet. These are effectively immune to piracy unless you shoot the C2s down with an eclipse or steal it on the pad and gather the scattered cargo. Totally not worth it. For example, you can buy a barrel in bulk at Microtech in Hurston. You should only be able to sell them at Orison and ArcCorp. 11. Reconcentrate the best minerals in certain areas again. Reduce the size of the haystack. 12. Since missions for every game loop seem to be the flavor of the month right now, rip emerging gameplay. Where's my silver train? Would be a great PvP mission to give us something to do besides triggering space stats all day. Maybe there's a section of the system where quantum travel doesn't work and a convoy of caterpillars are vulnerable to attack. Or they're just temporarily disabled. Maybe a lawful version could be to protect them. General NPC traders would be good too. Edit, blocking the obvious space stats, trying to keep their prospectors 100% safe has been cathartic. Not interested in their points about why piracy sucks or should remain in concept. Alright. Let's go back over this. Something, actually, before we start, something that I do want to point out, and one of the reasons why I'm pointing this out. This is why you don't see many posts about piracy on Spectrum, is because you get this shit here. People who don't like piracy gameplay or people making suggestions about piracy gameplay are getting fucking vote bombed. And this is why I'm glad that CIG doesn't have downvoting on their fucking on Spectrum, because this person would have been vote bombed into oblivion. You know, you don't see piracy posts on Reddit that much unless it's bloody, you know, fucking done in a way where it's all happy-go-lucky and, you know, being friendly and all that sort of stuff. That's not what piracy is about. Piracy is a disruptive gameplay loop. Right? It's not, you shouldn't want to get pirated unless it's an experience-based thing. Yeah, they deserve it though, because they're dumb Care Bears. Hypocrite! I'm fully aware of my hypocrisy. Alright. Increased trader profit margins. This would make their investment risk less and encourage more people to do it. The profit per run stays the same. We encountered a really interesting situation, and I believe it was in 3.19. Who remembers helium? The helium run. There was a bug at one of the trading outposts. I believe it was Humboldt Mines on Lyria, where you could buy helium and go sell it at Area 18, and the profit margin was exactly the same as Beryl. Now here's the problem. The investment was low, like 100k or something like that to fill a C2. And you'd sell for close to $500,000. But for pirates, if we intercepted that shipment and we sold it, we'd only make like 200k to split between like 5 people. It's just not worth the time and effort. So you had 2 different trade routes, 2 different commodities with similar profit margins, right? The risk is less if you take on helium, because when you go to sell it, if you get pirated, you're only losing 100k as opposed to if you're buying Beryl, where you're losing, you know, upwards of $1 million. I don't know why, my brain's going blank on how much it costs to fill a C2 full of Beryl. I think it's like 1.1 mil. Yeah. So you're making less, or correction, you're making just as much as what you do for a Beryl run. The profit margin has increased for helium, but it's not worth pirating, because when the pirates go to sell it, it's not fucking worth the credits, because it's fuck all. Which is why this is actually a dangerous thing to suggest, increased trader profit margins, because you could do that. The profit margin could, you know, be increased, but the value that pirates get out of it could be less still, and not worth the time and effort. Which is why cargo hauling is always going to have this issue, and we need to CIG needs to implement the mechanics to differentiate between cargo hauling and trading. It's a need, and hopefully we'll see that soon with cargo-based missions. I honestly think that they may introduce something for the C2 to make it viable to use. Yeah, side effects. Like, hopefully CIG looks at doing that. Hopefully CIG looks at doing that, and, you know, like, they actually push to get that done. But unfortunately, we won't know until they actually try to do it. 2. Let's look at this. Decrease the insane amounts you get paid for bunker missions, NPC bounties, and beacons. Honestly, I don't think this will be a problem when server meshing is in and servers are performing at maximum, you know, capability. Catch you later, Macho. Thanks for dropping in, mate. Like, here's the thing is that it's all well and good right now that you can run into a bunker and punch all the NPCs to death and make 90k. You ain't doing that on servers that are running 30 FPS. You'll run into that bunker and just get fucking sniped the moment you step out in the open. You know, there was a meme that I saw where it was like, was it Star Citizen servers are like, what was it? You had pretty much clubbing seals on one end of the spectrum, and on the other was fucking John Wick to represent bloody AI. Yeah, it's either like clubbing seals or you're fighting John Wick. You just get smashed, and it really comes down to the server FPS. So, you know, like playing on servers that have, you know, high FPS, I don't think that'll be an issue. You know, decreasing insane amounts you get paid for bunker missions. I think what players will experience is that CIG will have to dial back on the difficulty of NPCs based on the lower paying missions and just leave them as they are on the higher paying missions. And what you'll start seeing is these bunker missions, NPC bounties and beacons will start requiring players to actually group up to complete them, because if they go there on their own, they just get fucking demolished. And that's the way it's supposed to be. I would say we just need to wait on this one. Let us sell from stolen ships. It makes no sense that Brios cares whether the ship or the stolen cargo is in a stolen ship. I agree with this to a certain point. Transferring cargo from ship to ship takes too long or dilutes your profit margin too much. 5+ players unload in a C2, for example. This is somebody who is expecting to be able to make millions from piracy every single hit. And that's just not going to be the case. Selling from a stolen ship should be possible. But if you're selling from that stolen ship, the profit margin should be less. Because here's the thing, breaking onto somebody's ship is stupid easy. You can do it anywhere, especially C2s. Transferring the cargo from ship to ship takes too long. It does. It takes a long time. To address that, CIG should just be changing out the cargo boxes that we're able to move. But that's the thing is, like, if you want to pirate people, like, this is all I'd do if I wanted to, you know, reduce... If I wanted to make it easier to sell, like, implement this sell from stolen ships, and I just wanted to make a stupid amount of credits, I'd just camp Brios. That's all I'd do. I'd just wait. I'd just wait at Brios, wait until, you know, somebody shows up, they leave the ship, cap them, run on the ship, quickly get in the pilot's chair, get out, run down to the terminal, sell. Just wait for the ships to come to me. Like, there needs to be more investment into how you actually sell from a stolen ship. And Soriel's idea is actually really good. I like that too. That said though, like, hacking the ship should be difficult. I would say that hacking the ship should require the comm array up. And this is one of those situations where it's like, if you want to try and hack a ship so that a trade outpost registers or, you know, sees it as yours, then you got to take some risk. See you later, John. Thanks for dropping in, mate. Yeah, like, it would be easier to implement tractor beams and large cargo containers than it would be to make this whole selling from a stolen ship. Now, this was something that I advocated for years ago. This was before we had physicalized cargo. And it was purely because of, you know, the viability of being able to, after seeing the viability of, what was it, Piracy when it came to 3.8 and, you know, the cargo merging bug. After seeing that, it was like, holy shit, you know, like we could attack, you know, disable and board ships and then take that ship to a salvage yard, land it on a specific landing pad, and sell it from that landing pad. But yeah, like with the current iteration of Star Citizen, I wouldn't want this system. It is too easy. Like, you can just walk onto most people's ships, stow away, wait until they, you know, get out of armistice zone, cap them, and then go, you know, land, sell. Solo players could do that. You only need one person to do that. As far as I'm concerned, that's way too much. Not enough risk involved for a single person to make that much credits. Okay, 4. Make the jump part of Quantum have a significant fuel cost. This encourages players to do direct jumps and be more likely to snare. Right, sorry, I just was yelling out to the kids, saying bye to them. Not bothered either way by this one. My experience is most players don't dogleg their jumps, like the same as Sorials. Personally, I think a reason why players should do direct jumps shouldn't be based on the consumption of resources, but based on the security of the path that they take. Like, major trade lanes should have security patrolling them constantly. And doglegging a jump should be one of those things where it's like, okay, you can dogleg the jump, but at the risk of it taking longer for security to get to you. And then that way, direct jumps can have, you know, can be considered the safer route. Pirates can still try to interdict you on them, but what risk the pirates are taking is that by interdicting on those trade lanes, you could potentially rip a security patrol out of quantum travel instead of cargo haulers. Lots of people reply to this, Simple Gamer. Why would Viper's response be so much more important than the others? Unless you're someone that Viper knows. side effects, you'd find that like a lot of them do want to do that. The problem is that the haulers don't want to pay. I'll get to that soon. They're simple gamer. We'll move on to the next point. Like the whole direct jumps in quantum travel costing extra fuel and that. Like if it costs extra fuel for the haulers, why doesn't it cost extra fuel for everyone else? And then that reduces pirates' ability to be able to move around the system quickly, which means we increase the logistics required for pirates because we're not going to be able to land everywhere to get fuel. Like it doesn't make much sense to have the fuel cost increase. I just make the routes safer by having more constant security patrols around. And then if somebody gets interdicted by pirates, you know, they could put out a distress beacon and NPC security could show up quicker. When are we going to get scanning? We've already got it. I'm assuming they're talking about long-range scanning. Give us the ability to find those needles in haystacks that aren't worth trying to find at the moment. I.e., can I scan someone in the asteroid field? Long-range scanning, it's coming soon. We don't know when we're going to get it. You know, that's why we're focusing on hitting holes. Six. Give us a beacon as a tool that we can attach to a ship rather than having to exploit package delivery missions to track miners from spaceports. 100%. This not only miners, it should be for everyone. You know, I've made the suggestion, you know, plenty of times. Others have made it too. I don't understand why CIG hasn't done it yet. Probably just a priority thing. 7. Disable the ability to self-destruct a ship while it's disabled. It's weird that this is even a thing. People argue against this, but it doesn't matter whether technically you should or shouldn't be able to. While you can, disruptors are just not worth using. It's true. That said though, we can brick a ship still and disable its self-destruct. And that's the thing, is like Mongrel Squad has gone down the path of bricking ships, so that's soft death. We brick the ship to counter the ability for it to self-destruct. However, we're encountering more situations where when we attack a ship in atmosphere and it survives the crash landing, that bricking the ship isn't always the best option. So, you know, currently I'm going through some different compositions on looking at reintroducing direct distortion weapons. EMP just is a waste of time still. Direct distortion weapons to assist with disabling ships. So we'll disable it using distortion weapons, and if they initiate self-destruct, which you can see on scans, so you just keep scanning the ship. As soon as you see it self-destruct pop up, we just switch to lethal and just brick the ship. But yeah, like, I would prefer that if when a ship is disabled, self-destruct is paused. Disable the ability to self-destruct. I'd say pause the ability to self-destruct a ship. So they could start it if the ship is online, but once it gets disabled, it's paused. So if it's still got like bloody 30 seconds on the self-destruct timer, once the ship reboots, you know, it's counting down from 30, and then you can disable it again, and maybe it'll be counting down from 20 next time. But I think, like, self-destruct shouldn't be able to get initiated if the ship is disabled. It shouldn't be able to get initiated if it's off. It shouldn't be able to get initiated if it's, you know, soft death either, which is already a thing. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we'll see EMP suppression come back. Because for it to be made viable against size 3 power plants, they need to increase the amount of distortion damage it does, or reduce the dissipation rate of distortion damage on the ships, which technically is already a thing, but then they would need to reduce it so that EMP disable or EMP suppression Like, I've crunched the numbers on this, and the most frustrating thing is that the best ship to use for EMP suppression based on the current values is actually the fucking Hawk. And it's annoying because it's like its weapons, you know, eventually wouldn't be effective enough. Solo piracy is already viable. You just brick the ship. Cutlass Blue is more than capable of bloody bricking larger ships. The introduction of soft death made solo piracy viable. It just takes longer. Get rid of the ability to punch open a ship. Yeah, I always thought that was dumb, but that's because physicalized damage hasn't been made a thing yet. So we're going to be able to do that for a long time until CIG introduces physicalized damage and armor. Number 9, make the quantum dampener's radius usable. 2 kilometers is not on a ship like a Cutlass Blue. You're just bad, get good. Fucking 2 kilometers is more than enough. That said, it doesn't make sense to me why a ship like a Cutlass Blue, having as much power as it does, only has a quantum dampener that's 2 kilometers. If you increased it to 5, then that makes more sense. Alright, I need to go AFK for a minute. I gotta accept a call. Sorry about that. I had to take a phone call. Yeah, apparently my daughter forgot one of her toys that she was taking to daycare. Yeah, like the quantum dampener's radius is fine. It doesn't need to be changed. Adding it to other ships is a good idea though. Like the Avenger Stalker and the Avenger Titan, both being, you know, the same fucking chassis. The difference between the two being that the Stalker just gets prisoner pods in the back. I would say that, you know, like the Stalker doesn't need 6 prisoner pods. I would say put 3 in there and then have a dampener take up the other wall. That I think would be a better use of the Stalker, and then they could increase the price of the Stalker. And then that way you got a smaller scale QED. I would actually consider using that. Yeah. My daughter's 4 years old. She's going to daycare, so her mum said that she could take a specific toy and they forgot to take it. I think Soriel, when it comes to the prisoner ships needing that many pods, like the Cutlass Blue kind of makes sense, because that's the ship that you would take to go after a crew. Like, I imagine COG is going to set it up so that bounties are all about bringing them in alive, since killing them makes it too easy for the criminal to just, you know, respawn somewhere else and continue committing crimes, whereas bringing them in, like putting them on an ice and bringing them in to put them into a prison, makes more sense considering the respawn system that we got. But I'd say, like, once you got them in that ship, just treat them like cargo. You know, that's all it is, really. They're just a different type of cargo container. Oh yeah, 100%. Like, that's how I'd handle it if I was going to be a bounty hunter. I'd only go after the high, you know, the ones that are worth something, and the rest would just be getting capped. Or I'd just shoot them into the sun. Yeah, like, I think the Stalker needs a QED. It needs a QED like the Blue. Just to differentiate it between the Titan. I might actually make a Spectrum post on that. Okay, we've only got 2 ships that have QED. The difference between a Stalker and a Titan is the, you know, prisoner pods. Why not just make the Titan, you know, give the Titan a QED? And just get rid of 3 of the prisoner pods. That makes sense to me. Does that make sense to you guys? Let's make a poll. It's been a week since I made a poll. Engage with your audience. Engage with your audience. Come on. There we go. Start a poll. Alright. Could the Avenger Stalker get a QED? I feel like this is going to be a biased poll, but I'm going to ask anyway. Alright, we've got 100% yes so far. No! I think somebody's just trying to be a rebel. Alright, we'll continue moving on. You guys vote on it as you go, as you see through. Get rid of trade routes that can be done within a planetary system, especially those that can be done on the same planet. Those are effectively immune to piracy unless you shoot the C2s down with an eclipse or steal it on the pad and gather the scattered cargo. Totally not worth it. I'd say get rid of the high profit trade routes that can be done in a planetary system. Yeah, async. I actually had an idea of using like quantum, you know, QED snare mines. So like you set a mine up that is a QED snare along a quantum trade route, and, you know, have it pull a ship out of quantum travel. It just pulls whatever, you know, trips it, and then you just wait there in another ship, and then you can hit it that way. I think that's a good idea. Alright, where are we? So the trade routes being done within a planetary system, like, they should actually have trade routes within planetary systems for smaller ships that are of I wouldn't say a higher profit margin, but set them up so that they're actual cargo hauling missions that are done within a planetary system, and then the trade routes that are a higher profit margin, the ones that you use larger ships for, are the ones that you have to move between the planetary systems. I think I played a little bit of Eve, but I didn't get that heavily into it. I do know about warp bubbles. Donnie, we're solving piracy. This is piracy moving forward. We're currently talking about getting rid of the trade routes that can be done within planetary systems. And some of the guys are still on the previous one, which was about QED radius being usable. Simple game. Don't we need factories before haulage missions can become a thing? It would definitely help having hauling missions. But I'd say that if we're going to do... like, you could still do the raw materials. Like, we've still got outposts that do medical supplies, processed food, distilled spirit, stims, and things like that. So, you know, like, they could sit there and go, the Microtech hospital needs more medical supplies. Or, you know, like, a specific outpost needs influx of medical supplies or whatever. But I'd say, like, those sorts of missions should be done within a planetary system. Whereas if you're, like, the barrel trade, for example, you know, that should be buy at Microtech or Hurston, sell at Area 18. Like, as Old Mate has suggested here, buy and bulk at Microtech and Hurston, and then only sell at Orison and Narcorp. That makes sense, you know, barrel in that sort of quantities. But if you're looking at the medical supplies, there should be a... you know, cargo hauling mission to deliver medical supplies where you just pick up the cargo, you take it somewhere else to sell, and you make a profit that way. The community goals were great for Piracy. Yeah. I don't think it needs to be on that scale, though. I think it just needs to be like small scale stuff. You know, like just following the natural everyday life of, you know, the verse. I think if they do that, that would help out a lot. Reconcentrate the best minerals in certain areas again, reduce the size of the haystack. This guy just wants to pirate miners. And yeah, that's okay. Like, honestly, we ended up finding that it was just easier for us to pirate. You know, if we wanted to find miners to pirate, unless we were claim jumping them, it's better for us to just wait along the interdiction or the quantum travel lines where they're going to be going to. So back to the refineries. I'd say, like, you know, reconcentrating best minerals in certain areas again. I think CIG's done that to a certain degree. Like, certain systems have certain types of rocks where you can mine, but it's not in the hyper concentrations that we saw, like on Lyria with Quantanium. And that's the thing, is like, mining only became about mining Quantanium because it was the most profitable material, because it was concentrated in one area, and none of the other materials were getting mined unless it was like some weirdo that just wanted to avoid other people. I'd say, like, you couldn't have Quantanium as a consistent mineral that you'd find or concentrated in a specific area. I think that should be something that you find in areas where, like, kind of like the Gold Rush missions that CIG's hinted at back when they were talking about Quantum. And what was that? They have names for their different systems. I can't remember what their mission one was called for their dynamic missions, but they had one that was called like a Gold Rush mission, where asteroids would just land in a specific area. There'd be an asteroid shadow, meteoroid shadow, and land on a moon, and then, you know, someone would find it and they'd all go after it. Quantanium over 200 times in the last 3 months. Only 200 times? Like, people have been going off about it for ages. I think I hear that 200 times a month. I think I mention it nearly 200 times a month, talking about Quantanium. Finding people worth hitting. Yeah, like, that could be solved purely through Quantum and CIG's mission system, and just have like a meteor shower land on a moon that has a high concentration of Quantanium. It's like that the word gets out and everybody just goes flooding towards it. Alright, 12. Since missions for every game loop seem to be the flavor of the month right now, rip emerging gameplay. Where's my silver train? It'd be a great PvP mission to give us something to do besides triggering space dads all day. Maybe there's a section of the system where quantum travel doesn't work and a convoy of caterpillars are vulnerable to attack. Or they're just temporarily disabled. This guy has not done bloody Ninetales lockdown then. Like, this is literally Ninetales lockdown. Buy a bunch of medical supplies, fly it to a station, sell the medical supplies there, rinse and repeat. Now that we've got bloody physicalized cargo, this is something that we could, you know, do 100%. Like, we were doing it before. But if they want to talk about, you know, like a PvE mission, because they're talking about great PvP mission. You know, it's like Ninetales Lockdown. Go do that. Ninetales Lockdown is the mission that you want for this. It's funny because I actually described, you know, like quantum travel doesn't work and a convoy of caterpillars are vulnerable to attack. Like, if you want NPCs that are doing that, then it's like piracy hits don't take that long to do. Like, the hit part is actually the quickest part. The longest part is the transferring of cargo. But yeah, this already exists. CIG just needs to run it. Instead of Jumptown 2.1 running, what is it, starting tomorrow? Getting real tired of Jumptown. Man, really want that Ninetales to come back, especially now that we got physicalized cargo. Although having the bigger boxes would help out a lot too. And the SRV. Disable a ship, board it, move it out into dead space, leave it with a team to get. Thank you for the sub there, Umbra. Leave it with a team out in dead space to transfer the cargo onto one of our ships whilst a salvaging team is salvaging it. Send the piracy team back in, grab the next target, pull it out. Just keep doing that, rinse and repeat over and over again. It'd be brilliant. But yeah, piracy moving forward. I feel like, you know, I said it at the start, I feel like this person has, you know, been watching our channel or, you know, read my posts, because some of this stuff I've actually put out there. You know, these gripes I've put out there before. And, yeah, like, some of the ideas aren't the best, but some of them I agree with. Alright. Oh, look, it's Viper. He made a post. Let's have a look at Viper. He asked the question, increase profit margins but keep the profit per run the same. Yeah. You can't really do that, as I pointed out earlier. He agrees with number 2. And the reason why that 5-minute bounty pays out so well is because it's only a 5-minute bounty. And the reason why it's a 5-minute bounty is because the AI is fucking retarded at the moment. It's based on server performance. I'd say when servers are performing at a higher level, you're gonna, you know, players are gonna be earning those credits. The risks for a haulier or for a hauler is the investment. The penalty for no risk is having to move the cargo. A dealer of stolen goods might not want a hot ship on his property. Thieves that rob banks or jewelry stores, etc. swap vehicles for a reason. Sounds like he's talking from experience. Yeah, like, I'm not opposed to people being able to sell from stolen ships directly, but it needs to be harder to get onto a stolen ship, and there needs to be investment, you know, from the thief. You know, if they're going to try and sell from a stolen ship, they need to invest in that actual thing. Because stealing ships right now is stupid easy. Point 4. Yeah, increasing the cost of fuel, but I don't think that's a problem. And it actually makes more things difficult for pirates, as I said earlier. Shipbreaker yards, being able to fuel up, yeah, maybe. The logistics is a problem for pirates. Like, if they increase the quantum fuel prices, I'm not going to be upset. But, you know, if you want people to take... And the reason why All Mates made the suggestion about quantum fuel costing more is to try and get people to take direct routes. I don't think that's the best way of going about it. I think the, you know, direct routes should be the ones that are patrolled the most by security. And that's the reason why you want haulers taking those routes, is because they've got the response time from security is faster. Thanks, Sora, for dropping in. Catch you later, mate. 5 can be grouped with 6. What was 5 again? Oh, long-range scanning. Yeah, this is the drone probes Sorrel mentioned, you know, and trackers. Having tracking items. Ah, but Simple Gamer, it's not the fuel that's the reason why they're doing it. The reason why they're doing it is to avoid other players and the possibility of getting pirated, so they're smart enough to do it. But if a player believes that they're not going to get pirated, they just won't do the dogleg. Like, it's one of the reasons why we're still able to interdict people. They don't believe they're going to get pirated. And then they get hit. And then they start doglegging. And then, you know, they don't get pirated for ages. And then they start doing direct jumps again. And then they get pirated. Like, the frequency of piracy just isn't high enough to justify doglegging every single jump. Some people do it because they're paranoid. They're the minority. That's it. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Upping the fuel price to force direct routes isn't going to work at all. Ships getting automatically, yeah. I don't understand why all the ships come with a self-destruct component either, but, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, it's a sci-fi trope. Let them have their sci-fi trope. I'm okay with people having self-destruct, you know, so long as there's a way to be able to delay or stop it long enough that I can get on board, you know, fight them, and then, you know, stop it from going off. You know, if they put up a valiant defense and they're able to hold us off whilst the self-destruct goes off, you know, fair play to them, but, you know, to satisfy the sci-fi trope, I'm okay with it being there. It's super gaming. That's okay. We're playing a video game. Like, not everything has to be realistic. But I want the ability, you know, I want that risk. Because that's the thing, is like, if there's no self-destruct at all, we remove an element of risk for pirates. And, you know, we can pretty much move at our own leisure. Like, that's the advantage of bricking a ship. We disable the self-destruct, we don't have to worry about it anymore, everything's done at our leisure. Which means that we can sit around for 10 minutes and not board the ship and wait until our mate gets, you know, bored and then decides to fucking, you know, just Alt F4 out. I just punched my mic. There needs to be an element of risk to shipboarding that goes beyond the actual... I need to oil up the joints on this thing. That needs to be beyond just people being on board shooting back at us. You know, like, having multiple points of potential stress. I need a new mic on. Having multiple points of, you know, potential stress to motivate you to you know, get your ass into gear and get onto that ship, you know, with an objective beyond, oh, just clear out the crew and then we can start moving cargo, helps with, you know, adding complexity and, you know, increases the dynamics of the actual action. Give players proximity mods, yeah, give them that too. Like, give them, you know, anti-infantry turrets that they can place inside and things like that, you know, and give pirates the ability to have riot shields, or, you know, add riot shields and bloody EMP grenades and things like that. Locking interior doors would, you know, would fix this. Yeah, that's okay. Like, I'm 100% on board with that. Yeah, and then the whole self-destruct things, you know, like you could increase the self-destruct timer. Because right now they're really short, and the main reason for that is so that players can get rid of their ship if it gets stuck somewhere. Cutting tools need to come back. The given reason for their removal was weird. They haven't been removed, they're just not useful. They're still there in game, you can still buy them, it's just there's no real need to use it. Just fix the doors. Two kilometers is fine on a blue. Yep, it's a skill issue. Viper could have literally said skill issue, get good. And yeah, disagree. Yeah, like the whole planetary trading thing, I think it needs to be refined. Like, buying barrel and selling barrel on microtech is a pain in the ass, even when you can do spline jumps. And the reason for that is that there is, you know, multiple places that you can sell barrel at. By reducing the interplanetary trade for larger ships, or the opportunities for interplanet, or for the planetary trade system for larger ships, you can, you know, force those ships to have to take the risk of jumping further away. Yeah, well, that's one of the problems that I've had with self-destruct as well there, Simple Gamer, is that, you know, only the pilot knows when self-destruct is initiated, and only people who are standing next to them know when it's going off because they can hear it. If you're not anywhere near it, you have no idea. The first time that we've actually been able to see self-destruct actually initiated outside of a ship was in 3.18 when they introduced the ability to scan and see it. So I'll tell you now, like, you know, the whole lights and warning systems going off, and, you know, like the audio, you know, self-destruct initiator, get to your bloody, you know, evacuate the ship, all that sort of stuff. That all needs to happen. You know, it creates the ambience, creates the mood. You know, there's risk involved. Shipboarding, you know, with the bloody klaxons going off, and, you know, like in the middle of a hallway battle, shooting and pushing down a hallway with a riot shield that's bloody getting caked in bloody bullet holes, and, you know, you're approaching a little sentry turret to disable by throwing an EMP grenade at it and things like that. Thanks for dropping in, Donnie. Catch you later, mate. Like, all of that, like, just makes a fucking boarding action so much cooler. Oh, they have in the past. Like, sometimes, what is it, carrack boardings? Like, sometimes you'll get it with the damage state in the carrack boardings if it's damaged enough. You know, you'll have the red lights and all that sort of stuff going off. You know, steam and smoke and all that. You know, it's a really cool atmosphere. But with self-destruct, they need to make that a thing. It's been around for years that they're going to do it, but it needs to be done sooner rather than later. What was 11? This has a put all my fish in a barrel energy. I disagree with this again. Learn to reconcentrate the best minerals in certain areas again. Reduce the size of the haystack. It depends on the context. Like, you know, if it's for miners, like we're already seeing it with cargo hauling. We've already seen it with cargo hauling, so, you know, like I don't see why you wouldn't do it with mining materials. And once again, like they're going to be implementing this as a dynamic mission type, so it's that situation where it's like it's going to happen anyway. It's just when those events happen, we need to be notified in game about it. In 12, yeah, missions, yeah, you're right. Missions being available doesn't replace emerging gameplay. Emerging gameplay is literally just whatever you want it to be. Make it a thing. You know, go out there, seek out the gameplay that you're looking for. Like, once again, this gets solved once we have server meshing. The problem is that we've got 1,000 fish bowls with 100 people in them, and not all those people in the fishbowl that you end up in may be doing the types of things that make some viable piracy targets. And yeah, I don't like the idea that we can still quantum travel in asteroid fields. I agree, it should be impossible. You should have to clear the asteroid field before you can initiate quantum travel. And this also makes, you know, the trade routes, you know, to get around a more viable thing. The problem is that I don't think you'd be able to use Lagrange points as the ways that you use to get around the system unless, because the Lagrange points are also concentrations of asteroids as well. So unless you made it that people, you know, end up at a Lagrange point, have to fly, you know, to another predetermined point to then jump, which, you know, which could mean, you know, could be possible. And then setting it up so that, you know, these specific quantum travel routes are patrolled. I would say makes it more viable possibility. Like, I think it's just been lazy on COG's part, not making, you know, quantum travel move around asteroid fields. I think it's just lazy on them. They should, you know, make you quantum travel around them. Plot the jumps. Plotting a, you know, a quantum travel route should be more than just A to B. But there's probably other reasons why COG's done it. You're trying to force in piracy as a gameplay loop when in reality all we have is a bunch of raw systems that don't actually work well together. What the fuck are you on about? This is somebody who expects piracy to be pirate mechanics. And it's like, oh, the pirate mechanics aren't in yet. What the fuck is a pirate mechanic? What the fuck is a pirate mechanic? We can find ships, we can stop them from jumping away, we can disable them, we can board them, we can take their cargo off their ships, we can put their cargo in our own ships. We can then take that stolen cargo to an outpost to sell. Not a single one of those things that I described is exclusive to piracy. The majority of them are blended between cargo hauling, bounty hunting, and smuggling. A pirate mechanic is a pirate who fixes your ships. Exactly. Piracy is just a form of cargo hauling. We can't have sword fights with our cutlasses. Have you tried yet, Dirty? I reckon you could. You just need to get the cutlasses close enough and just, I don't know, wiggle the wings at each other and pretend that you got swords. They want pirates to hail them and politely hail them and ask for 10k. Yeah. You're not a proper pirate. You didn't ask for credits. I don't fucking have to. Yeah. Eat lead. Alright. I'm not going to read through all of this because we've already spent a long time on this one. But yeah, it's interesting. I've seen a lot of points that I've brought up in the past, and other pirates have also brought up a lot of these points too. It's interesting. This guy, I'm going to upvote it. And where's the flag? There we go. Black flag it. I'll link it again for you all to go check out. There it is there. Go check it out. Go have a look at it. Go upvote it if you agree with what he says. You don't have to agree with everything there. There's some of it, like, the reason why I'm upvoting it though, and I haven't posted there yet, but I am going to, and I'll post a link to this stream with the timestamps as well. The reason why, you know, I brought this one up is because it's another player who's interested in piracy putting stuff out there on Spectrum against the fucking horde of fucking Care Bears and bloody Spectrum dwellers who are there to neg down on piracy. And we need to support these people more. So, you know, like, not all of their ideas are the best, but, you know, they're in the right place. Their heart is in the right place. They want to increase piracy gameplay and improve the game, you know, for people who want to do piracy, but it also improves the game for everybody as well. Well, piracy diplomacy isn't a bad idea. Like, I'll point this out to you guys. Like, there's nothing wrong with doing extortion or ransom-based piracy. It really comes down to the person that you're pirating. The reason why Mongrel Squad is still running the red flag, and will probably continue doing it until server meshing, is to maintain the stance that this game is supposed to be full of danger. And it's easy for us to show up now and go, hey, we've got you bloody cornered. You're not going to be able to leave. You can't bedlog. You can Alt F4, but then we get all your stuff anyway. Pay us X amount of credits and we'll leave you alone. That is the really easiest way of being able to do piracy right now. And players are more inclined to do it. The thing though is that what it breeds is a lazy mindset that doesn't encourage players to engage security organizations. I want, you know, the player base to engage with each other more. I want haulers to be using security. And, you know, the security guys are out there, they're trying to offer their services. Some of the guys have said, you know, we've been offering it for free and they're still saying no. And my point behind this is that the community needs to learn that they have to engage with each other if they want to succeed. Humanity did not get to where it is at today because individuals decided to do everything on their own. You know, society built itself up with teamwork. And that's what's going to be necessary in the verse. If you want to succeed, you're going to need help. You're going to need to make friends. And you're going to have to, you know, like, engage with others. And if you want to avoid getting you pirated and all your stuff taken from you, you're going to need security. You're going to need to, you know, play the game smarter. You're going to have to hire people to defend you. Now, I imagine one day CIG is going to engage in, or, you know, add the reputation system and improve the law system in that piracy in certain systems are going to be, or sorry, not piracy, murder in certain systems are going to be a lot more punishing than pirating people and letting them live. And that's one of the systems, that's the time when we would base our tactics on what the law dictates, in the sense that we would reduce the risk of gaining too much heat on ourselves by using extortion and ransom. But if CIG doesn't ever do that, the red flag stays flying. I hope CIG aims for that level of nuances. I really do, but that comes down to them and what they want to do. Right, we've got 30 votes on this poll. I'm just going to end it here. I'm quite surprised by the results, actually. Like, yes, was still 57%, but 43% of you guys said no. So, you know, like, we're probably looking at, what, a 16-14 split there? Which, you know, is kind of interesting to me, because what do you lose by putting, you know, a QED on the Stalker? And realistically, they're going to need it anyway, especially if they're using the Stalker for bounty hunting. Alright, what we're going to do... Well, we've just hit... Shit, we've just hit the 3-hour mark. Still got one more bit of content to go. And it's org drama. Don't start. Calm down. Wait your fucking turn there, Buzz. Jesus, mate. A Reliant variant with a QED? The Tanner? Give the Tanner a QED? I'd want the Tanner. I want the Tanner to have bounty hunting pods on it. Fuck the beds off. Make it a bounty hunting ship. Hoping the Antares will find a niche. You know what the Antares is going to end up being? It's going to get reworked. They're going to get rid of the stupid second seat. Fucking... The Mantis DS. That's what it is. It's a fucking Mantis DS. The Tanner is actually quite a potent missile boat for its size. Sometimes the PvP sweats like to meme in it too. Alright, let's grab this link. So, there's actually some... I'm surprised that this stream has gone as long as it has, but I've actually got some stuff to say on this. Not on this particular video, but on the drama that's come about because of it. I'll see if I can find the Twitter post as well while I'm here. It's still kicking around, and there's actually a couple of Twitter posts. And I find it frustrating. One of them especially. man, I should have saved the fucking links to them. They're gonna be a pain in the ass, aren't they? Oh, here we go. Cutlet commented on it. Right, so that's one of them. 8. No worries, Adrian. Thanks for dropping by, mate. Appreciate it. Where the fuck is it? Yeah, these tweets are actually important to the context of the video as well. And there's something that, you know, I want to go over. And I need to make sure that when I do bring these points up, that I'm not defending the person. Because the way that they handled it was pretty shit. But at the same time, the dogpiling that I'm seeing is also just as shit. And it should be called out. Oh my god, where the fuck is it? 100% professional streamer right here. I've got all my shit wide tight. Fucking... Literally. Did I follow this person at all? I probably haven't. There we are. So I'm going to be commenting on people's opinions on things. Here we are. Here's the post. Alright, cool. I found that post. We'll start with the video first. Old man Johnny Morgan got caught up in it. I'm gonna have to ask for context on that one there, Dirty, because maybe we're talking about the same thing, maybe not. I've already linked the video, so you guys should already know what I'm on about here. Let's go over to here. So this is from Buzzcut. I'm gonna turn the music off. I've already watched this video, and there's a reason why. You know, we're gonna watch it all the way through. I'll provide some commentary along the way. But we're also going to end up going over to Twitter to some posts. And I've got some things to say about that.
Not a day goes by in Star Citizen where there is not some type of org drama. So
I'm just going to turn him down a little bit. Actually, is he too loud or is he like... He released a video, not the Skunkworks drama. No, this is about the Skunkworks drama. I didn't know that old man Johnny Morgan had one out. Yeah, I would get you to drop the link here, but I think YouTube's going to be shit and block it. Can I just be able to, like, temporarily let you drop the link? Oh my god, why? In YouTube. Just DM it to me if you can, Dirty, and I'll grab the link. We might actually watch it as well. This is probably going to go for ages, but I want to get into this one particularly because I'm interested in. As I said before, there's some dogpiling that's happening here, and I don't fucking like it. Anyway, we're going to keep watching this, Dirty. If you could throw us that link, I'll pick up.
the latest one now happens to be coming with Katie Bryan or whatever the hell her name is. And the Skunkworks organization. Real brief, this is some YouTuber, and they run an organization in Star Citizen called Skunkworks. I've only run into them about 3 times so far into PU. Each time was a jump town, and each time the result was the same. All I can say is that they stink just as much as their name implies they do. But this isn't about that. This is not about talking about how terrible Skunkworks is in-game, which they are. But it's more about the mentality here. The mentality that this individual has. And I'm going to bring it up on screen here. And if you look at this, you can see the series of tweets. And this is all public domain on Twitter. And this was, I guess, a gentleman by the name of Blue the Robot approached this person. And they wanted to speak to them about, I guess, doing some type of collaboration or whatever. And before we begin, I understand why they do not want to collaborate, but it's not about that.
Just going to fix up the audio on this a bit. Oh yeah, Amiro, we've fought Skunkworks in the past before as well, and pretty much on even numbers we thrashed them, and then when they started overwhelming our numbers, that's when we ended up having to withdraw. Alright, 1 second. We'll be able to open this without... Yes, there we go. Just opening up Discord right now. Close off Discord. Thanks for that, Dirty. I'm just gonna quickly queue that up as well. Not now, Johnny. Wait your turn. Wait your turn. God, what the Dude, where the fuck is your dark mode? Where the fuck is your dark mode there, Johnny? Blinding us? Need to put a warning there. Alright.
What's interesting here, and the part that really gets me the most, is the following line. The org is an asset, which is then followed by, let me explain things more concisely. Skunkworks is a walled garden
He's up here
built for the purpose of making content.
on this one.
Now, we're not going to ignore the rest. The rest is on here for you to read, right? But that part alone, that this person's organization is simply a farm where the members are cattle to be farmed out for content. That's what this person's saying. This person is saying that my organization solely exists and the members within it are cattle to farm and harvest. And I'm going to use them to create content to grow my channel, to make me more money, to bring me more fame, and to bring me more notoriety. That is the most disgusting, ridiculous thing as an org leader myself that I have ever heard. Now that this has all come out and it's public knowledge that we're seeing this Citizen Kate person's real, true self and what Skunkworks is for and everything that they're doing, it's all about money, it's all about fame, right? They come out and they release a statement. I'm not going to read it, but I'm going to leave it on the screen here. But let me sum it up for you, right?
Oh, I think it's important that this actually gets read out because I don't have this image either. Let me just remove some shit here. We should be able to go YouTube chat and the stream stats and the... Oh, that's mine. That's mine. Oh, it's already gone. Alright, so this is Kate addressing, I'm assuming people on her Discord. So this is a response to the Twitter thing. Figured I'd put out a response to the Twitter thing where I said no to another YouTuber asking to come and record the organization in accent. action. First off, I apologize for my tone in the messages. It was a bad time to respond, and I should have waited until after I'd slept rather than responding in that moment. I'm often inundated with situations that come from running such a busy org, so it is easy to brush past some interactions in the wrong mood. The tone of my replies was inappropriate, and so for that, the respondent of the exchange has my sincere apologies. Buzz is trying to say it's a non-apology. She literally just apologized for the tone. Like, once again, reading is important for the context here. Yes, I'm protective of content about our org. It is what the channel mainly focuses on, and it took a long time and a lot of work to build. A lot of trial and error. And a lot of people coming and going over the years. Maybe I'm too protective of that. But I think most businesses would be protective of an asset that plays a big part in the product that they make. This is not the first time a creator has approached me along these lines. It's not the first time I've had that conversation. In fact, it happens kind of monthly almost. It's not an excuse for being rude, but I do not know how to feel about it every time it happens. Being approached out of the blue by someone I do not know, asking to just jump in and record. I don't think saying no under such circumstances is unreasonable. Over time, the repeating nature of the conversations has just worn me down. You may think that too knee-jerk, but I don't think it is unreasonable to say no to any collaboration for any reason. We all have the right to choose who we do and do not associate with. I did not ask to be contacted by the person in question. If reading the exchange makes you not want to watch my channel anymore, well, I'm sorry, and I cannot change what has happened. I can only wish you the best and learn from the interaction. Be better prepared for such requests in the future, and seek to improve where I've clearly been found lacking. I am a flawed individual like all people, but I can recognize where work is needed. Side effects. From my understanding, not all of their content is actually scripted. It's war games would be a better or more accurate term. It's war games. So they'll have two sides. It's all internal. Two sides, and they'll duke it out. Now, we've got former Skunk Works members in Mongrel Squad. A lot of them left because they don't like the leader. They share a lot of strong feelings about that leader, and I want to continue watching this video here. I'm just going to turn on the chats and that. I want to continue watching this video here, and there's a point that I want to make, and we're not going to watch this entire video because he talks about the drama, and then he starts going into the philosophy of, like his thoughts on why orgs fail and things like that. And to be honest, like, I don't want to get into that. That's not why I'm looking into this video. But it's part of this is a response to the drama, and it's an example.
It's the typical false apology. It's the typical, oh, I'm sorry, some self-reflection. I'm gonna think about this. I was having a bad moment. Yada, 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 yada. It's all bullcrap. It's all a lie. It's essentially this person is now trying to farm pity. Even though that they initiated this, even though that they started this, right? They're trying to farm pity.
I'm going to continue watching this, but yeah, like, the reason why I pause is because this person contacted Kate. She responded, she did poorly, alright, but she responded really poorly, but she didn't start it. She was contacted here. Like, this is the problem, though, that I have with this particular video, is that,
be honest,
there's a lot of generalizations being made.
Don't continue to lie. You're just lying again. You're still lying. You don't mean this. You're only saying this because you got caught. You're not saying this because you're sorry. There's no self-reflection going on here. The only thing you're worried about is the bottom line. Not your org, nobody else but you. Just admit it.
This is the point that I'm gonna, like, pretty much stop watching here. Because he starts going on about his own... I'll be right back. I gotta... Might help if I turn my mic on. I had to quickly deal with a miniature emergency. My cat attacked my daughter's leg and she was freaking out. My other daughter is staying home because she's not feeling well. All right. So, yeah, I'm not going to continue on with Buzz's video here. I've linked it already for you guys to watch. If you want to continue watching it, feel free to. He does go on to his own thoughts of, what an org should be, how org should run, his opinion on where Skunk works and others fail, and why this happens in Star Citizen. And to be honest, towards the end, it just seems like a bit of a grandiose circle jerk of himself. I don't mind Buzz. I like some of the content that he puts out there, but in this context here, I don't agree with, a lot of the stuff that he's putting down. Oh, she's okay. The missus is handling it now. But, fucking mic arm. I'm just going to catch up with what's going on in chat here. Here's the thing. I'm going to come back to the face cam because we are going to watch what old Johnny Morgan has to say. And I want to put this point out there. God damn, that fucking screen is so bright. People don't have to be in a fucking organization if they don't want to. At no stage does anybody have a gun to your head saying you must be a part of this org. Everybody has feelings on how they would treat members of their org. I do. I make it clear from the start with, how Mongrel Squad is structured. I am the person that runs Mongrel Squad. I'm the leader of the org. I make the decisions. Everybody follows. But here's the thing. You have to make the decision to follow. If you don't like what I'm doing in Mongrel Squad, you're more than free to bring up that, voice your opinion. But you have to be prepared to follow the direction I set, even if it goes against what you want to do. Now, that said, you made the decision to join me. I didn't join you. And I have to be cognizant that if I want to keep members, I need to keep people happy. So that's the goal. Keep people happy to achieve the goals that I want to set. That's the goal of every single fucking org leader. Right? That said, though, individuals make the decision on what orgs they want to be in. To sit there and complain about being in an org or the org doing things that you don't like is idiot. Like, you're an idiot if you're doing that. I don't like what this org is doing. Then why are you still a part of it? Just leave. Find another org. Find another group. Oh, my friends are still in it. Well, bring up your concerns with them and then move on to a different org. Now, if you're a part of the leadership and you get ousted and it, changes, then, it's a bit different. But there's nothing wrong with creating an org and running it the way that you want. Now, whether or not she misled people is another thing. That's something that I take issue with. Like, if you're going to create an org and it's about content creation and all that sort of stuff, and, people who join you are there to be a part of your content creation, and you make it clear from the start, and people still join you, that's fine. Like, sitting there making those statements, hey, like, this is my org, I use it for content creation to help me, like with my channel and my business. Like, no, I don't want to do a collaboration with you because of X reason. Fine. But with people jumping on this, you know, like jumping on the way that she responded and saying, you know, this org, I use it to make money. You know, the members are here to help me make content. I use it to, you know, I treat it like a business. Okay, that's how she chooses to run her org. Why the fuck are people upset about that? Oh, well, you know, like she's using those people there. If they feel like they're being used, then, and they don't like it, then they should leave. Like, that's the thing, is like, sticking around in an organization where you don't like how things are going is dumb, and you should leave. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with, you know, not liking how organizations run, but staying in there and going, I don't like how things are going, and, you know, getting upset over it, and then just stamping your feet and expecting things to change the way that you want is dumb. The leadership should be open to listening to their members, because that's part of being a good leader and trying to keep, you know, your organization alive, is that you have to do that. But the members also need to understand that they've got to learn to follow as well the direction and make the decision on whether or not they want to follow the direction. If they don't want to, that's okay. But the people jumping on this, I'm not, you know, like, I'm just sitting here going, why the fuck is any of that your business? Like, I'll show you the Twitter post. Here's the Twitter post here. One, Blue, why the fuck are you putting this out for everybody else to read? Like, that's none of your business. Well, it's none of anybody else's business about this. This is a private interaction between content creators. This is outside of the gameplay space. This is one of those situations where two content creators are engaging in real world things. And the real world should be staying out of the gameplay space. Putting this out there for everybody else to see, not on. But the responses, you know, like her deleting everything, like, that's pretty poor form on her part and makes it look like she's trying to hide. But the responses here, like, everybody, you know, being upset about that. And his channel did grow from it, because there were people claiming, hey, you know, you just got a sub from me. You just got a sub from me. You know, you just got a sub from me. Like, there's people that have said it. Where are we? Well, they're here. I remember fucking seeing them. Anyway, I'll link the post. If you guys are on Twitter, you can read through it yourself. There's the post. That's where this all started. You can read through it yourself. I'm going to switch back to Facecam for a minute. Yeah, that is one thing, Sparkle. Yeah, right. If you have an interaction with anybody on the internet, you have to assume that it's public. Always assume. DMs are not secure. Always assume it's public. Well, the thing about this, Telvo, the reason why I'm bringing this up, you'll see the point. I want to hear what Johnny has to say about it, because old man Johnny Morgan is a chill fucking dude. He really is. He's like one of the chillest dudes. And I'm, with what Dirty said, you know, like, him jumping on this, like, I'm actually interested to hear what old Johnny Morgan has to say about this, because, you know, I didn't think he would get involved with this. So I want to hear what Johnny Morgan has to say, but realistically, like, this didn't need to go on YouTube. And to me, like, old mate's going, oh, buddy, you know, I'm going to put this drama out there. Like, she said YouTube's supposed to be cutthroat. Yeah, you're right. Like, she got fucking slit up. But there's more to it, and I want to watch this video, but I'm going to get to, you know, the crux of why I'm doing this. Because I wasn't going to do any commentary on this until I saw one particular Twitter post from one particular person. And it's less about the person, it's more about who they represent. First things first, Johnny, there's a dark mode. Please use it. My eyes are burning, and I'm pretty sure everybody else's eyes are burning on the stream as well. And I'll switch to the video view so that they can all have their retinas burnt out too. Thank you.
Citizens, good to see y'all. It's been a bit of a crazy run. I wanted to weigh on this for a little while now. I wanted to talk to Katie first and see how she's doing, and I didn't want to dogpile or White Knight for her. But I do want to take a second here to address some stuff. Blue.
I'm going to turn this up. He's sounding pretty quiet. Fuck, I've already got him turned up. I'll turn him up on my headset as well.
Like 100%, man, she did you dirty on this one. We are really sorry about it. I know she's really sorry about it. She feels terrible about it. You kind of poked a mama bear at the wrong time, and she gave you a bad response, and you did not deserve that, and you have every right to be upset. Like 100%
toe cutter.
For reals. I just don't want to leave people with the impression that Dunks or Katie, you know, this is representational of her. And I'm going to talk about myself a little bit. Old man Johnny Morgan. I've been with the Skunks for a while now. It's going on 3 years. I'm staff there now too. Just recently promoted to it. Been an officer for a while, and took over Task Force Charlie about 9 months ago and rebuilt that team. And it's a fantastic team. I love them to death. And Katie and the Skunks were a big factor in that. You see, like 9 months ago, I have a very autistic son. He is severely autistic, nonverbal, really low functioning, which is now called profoundly autistic. He represents about like the 1 in 1,000. If you're looking for a good reference, the YouTube channel Fathering Autism, and anyone who's watching this, if you want to go over there and give them some love, Fathering Autism, Abby is absolutely representational of my son, although he's more violent, a lot more violent. And he got super violent, unlike ever before. And like he beat the crap out of me, black eyes, multiple days on end. That was been some of the hardest time in my life. I was forced out of work. His mom, a week later, my ex, had a heart attack and stroke on top of it, and I didn't have a lot going. My job dumped me. Why? I keep telling with this autistic kid around. Yeah, it sucked. I got a new one starting like literally this morning, so I'm doing this, so I'm a little behind the curve. But Blue, man, like, she's great. There is a lot of, she didn't handle this well, and she has her bad moments for sure, and this is one of those. And it's not, there's no excuse for it, right? There's no reason to treat you that way. But she's been fantastic for me, and I really appreciate the grace that the Skunks have shown me. And you know, I don't want to overstate this, but it was dicey, man, and they've been fantastic to me. And Katie's been really great to me and my channel growth. Now I'm a little hobbyist channel, right? I just 419 subs as of yesterday.
I just linked his channel there, but I didn't know anything about Johnny Morgan's personal life. I knew that he was a part of Skunkworks. Didn't know that he got recently promoted to an officer. We've actually had interactions with Johnny in the past when we've been doing Piracy. He's always like, he's just a super genuinely nice dude, and you almost feel bad pirating him when you do it. So, you know, like, I remember he ended up, the encounter that we had was a rock mining one, and I remember pretty much he complied. You know, he was complying with, we weren't giving him directions. The guys pretty much dropped, and, you know, we were just going to drop and shoot. Anyway, he spotted what was going on, got out of his rock, laid down on the ground, and pretty much one of my guys offed him. And, you know, like, one of the biggest things about Mongrel Squad is if we've got somebody who's compliant, like when we're doing extortion and ransom based gameplay, if somebody's compliant with our directions, they're safe. If you do as we tell you to, we won't kill you. Well, old mate had taken the initiative, Johnny Morgan here, had taken the initiative, got out, laid down on the ground, and one of our guys had just popped him. It's like, you know, I drew the org out about that. It's like, if somebody's compliant, you fucking bloody... If somebody's compliant and we're there to do piracy, we take what we want and we leave. Now, when we raise the red flag, it's, you know, it doesn't matter if they're compliant or not. Everybody's dying, because that's the principle of the red flag. And it's to invoke people and encourage them to defend themselves. But if we're not running the red flag, people comply, they survive. And that's what he had done. I ended up sending him 2 million credits. This is not long after the Tesseract incident. If you guys aren't familiar with it, it's a video from 3.12 where we pirated like, oh, it's not pirated, swindled, like 20-something billion credits now. It happened a couple of years ago. Go check it out. But yeah, I ended up sending him a DM, sent him some credits, apologized, and just said, you know, that's not the way that we operate. But it was actually really cool to see, you know, somebody recognize what was going on and comply without us actually getting to verbalize first. And that's the type of interaction I've had with him. That's the type of guy that he is. So, you know, like hearing about this, you know, hearing that he's got something to say on this is interesting, especially because considering that I know he's actually close to, you know, Skunkworks.
But if you do want to come and collab, and I put this on the table, right? Like, I'd happily take you through what it's like for the skunks. The walled garden stuff, she doesn't mean it in the way that it came across. It was really poorly worded, but she's really talking about how her time is mostly reserved for internal and collaborating internally. And she has been good to collaborate with. She's been a good mentor to me. She's helped me grow and learn how to kind of do some of this stuff. And I really appreciate her. And I appreciate the opportunity to contribute to the skunks. It's been a massive help. And so I don't want to downplay it, right? Like, we did treat you dirty there. It was not acceptable behavior. He doesn't think so. None of us think so. 100% on the table. If you want to come and hang with Task Force Charlie, see what it's like, you know, and this goes out to anyone. Maybe approach me first, right? Old man Johnny Morgan, I'm a little YouTuber. I know my channel's not big, but that shouldn't matter here, right? So if you want to, I can take you through it all, right? And give you some time, and you put a little bit of time in, and then maybe get some FaceTime with Katie when we can arrange that and stuff. But just a random person coming at her didn't go well. Doesn't excuse her behavior. You did literally nothing wrong there. You don't want any thoughts on that side. We do appreciate you, Blue. And again, apologies. Just don't want you guys to think that this is all it is. She has some rough spots. Everyone does. Really, my only ask is to approach it with a little bit of grace and understand that people have other things going on in their life, and they might take it out in you unintentionally. And that's what happened here. There's other things that lead up to it, right? That have some pressures and dealing with the streamers and stream sniping and stuff like that over time. That's, you know, put a bit of bad taste in their mouth when it comes to streaming. And not
gonna lie, it sounds like he's making excuses for her. I'm gonna keep this going.
Really streamers, but just the output of it when people come and wreck our events, right? So we don't do a lot of that. Although I do stream my stuff, and I am fully allowed to. We have some, you know, general restrictive policies on it, which is really just don't cut her grass, right? Like, don't release stuff before she's got it out. Or if you're going to release stuff with it, let's say it's Skunkopoly, coordinate with her so that we all push it out at the same time, stuff like that. It's not huge. It's not a big issue either. She is really fun to work with, though. Like, she is a good person to work with. And the events that we put together and the stuff that we put together here has been a tremendous amount of work. And, you know, I just want to say one more time, though, Blue, we are sorry, dude. And the offer is open anytime. Come hang with Charlie, the Jesters, the Wild Cards. You can meet the only space chaplain in existence in the verse, member of Task Force Charlie, the infamous Barbin Jacks, and his book of Jesters. There's a lot of great content going on here too, a lot of interesting stuff, and a lot of very talented people within it. So please, man, maybe give us another chance if you're cool. Anyway, take care, Blue, and thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, Johnny. Sounds like you're making excuses for her, but then again, you've got a better read on the situation, so I prefer to give people the benefit of the doubt. And I'm gonna close that so that I can have my retinas back. Thank you. There's a dark mode, mate. Use the dark mode. I think there was a point Johnny Morgan was actually doing voice acting. I think so. Don't quote me on that. So I'm going to go back to this scene. Yeah, it is a bit damage control-y. I'm going back to this, and this is the reason why. Like, this didn't help at all. And if I see this guy, I'm not going to want to fucking collaborate with him either. Like, I know there's a bunch of content creators that want to do collaborations with Mongrel Squad. We've actually been approached by Katie before, and we're trying to ascertain, okay, like, why are you here? Because apparently she joined our Guilded server to chat, and the conversation never went anywhere. So we're just like, all right, whatever. You know, she ended up leaving. I don't know for 100% sure if it was actually her or somebody trying to impersonate her or anything like that. And that's the other side of it, is like, before we saw the responses from, you know, Katie, my first, you know, inclination was like, okay, is this actually the right person? Because it's a fucking internet. Anybody could say anybody did anything. You can deepfake nearly anything nowadays. Photoshop exists. Is this the right person? Or is this somebody getting blasted? You know, bloody lied about. Until, you know, more evidence came out, and, you know, apparently it did happen. It's like, all right, well, yeah, Katie, shitty method of saying no, but hey, you know, you do you. It really comes down to the members and how they feel about how they're treated in that organization, and if they're okay with it. If they're aware that she uses the organization for content creation for her own gain, and they're okay with it, then it doesn't matter what anybody else fucking has to say. And really, people should be minding their own fucking business on that front. We all choose how we want to play the game. We all choose what we want to do. We don't have to play Star Citizen. We don't have to upload videos to YouTube. We don't have to do anything, really. It's a choice. We all make decisions in life on what we actually want to fucking do. So if there's people that are willing to be in that organization to be used as assets for content creation purposes and all that sort of stuff, and they're okay with it, who the fuck cares that she does that in her organization? She created that org. She's got people helping her run it. If that's how she wants to do things, that's fine. Now, I've heard rumors and first-hand accounts of the way that she's treated treated former members there, like while they were members of the organization. That sounds really poor. And it sounds like there's more to this particular issue than, you know, what we're all aware of. If people are okay at being subjected to somebody like that, you know, then they're okay with it. Nobody should be telling them to, hey, you know, like, this organization shit because this person's treating you like shit because of their perception of how they're treating them. If they're okay with it, don't you know, who are you to tell them what to do? They're making a decision. They're an adult. That all said, like, you know, the dogpiling that's happening here, and it's from content creators, you know, commenting on this shit. Like, you know, Operator Drewski has over 1 million subs. If she believes that she has to deal with competition, that's on her. If she views other channels as competition, that's her point of view. She can do that. Why the fuck is it anybody else's business that she views other channels like that? This is the problem that I have, is that other people are trying to tell other people how they should run their organization when it's none of their fucking business. If you don't like the way that somebody else is running their organization, fine. You want to voice it? Fine. Don't expect people, like, I'm surprised by the amount of people who are there going, oh, you know, she's a piece of, you know, to the effect of she's a piece of shit because she treats her members like that. Those people don't have to be there. There's nobody holding a gun against their head. If they don't like it, they can leave. If they like the people there, then they have to make the concession that that's going to be part of the conditions of being there. Exactly. It's not like you join an org for life. You know, I've talked about it before. Mongrel Squad had a breakaway group. They made a decision and they left. It was mostly in a mature manner. There are a few bad eggs there, but you know, I'm not going to get into that. It's to be expected that people are going to leave organizations, that people are going to have problems with the leadership, that people are going to have a problem with, you know, like the way that others do, you know, or run their own organizations. If you don't like the way that somebody else is running an organization, go do your own thing. Go start your own org up. See how fucking easy it is then. But there's a lot of people define being good as being bad to bad people. It's a crummy, feel-good thing. Yeah, well, that's why people like beating up on pirates. Justin, we're just talking about the Skunkworks drama. Here we go. Here's one person. Hey, it's Nate. I don't know both of you, but as of right now, I'm subbing to you and keeping myself away from that person. Your irony is really entertaining, though. Yeah, well, that's just it. Old mate's brought. Okay. The drama, Justin, is that this particular person, Blue the Robot, contacted Katie Byrne from the leader of Skunkworks about a collaboration project. He wanted to show up and just record her org in action, and she said no in a really, really I'll just link it to you. You'll be able to read through. Read through that. You'll pick up what we're putting down here and what the discussion's about. Yeah, she came out. Apparently, it was the wrong time for her. One of those things. Like, I'm always of the mentality personally that, you know, if you're talking with people about your YouTube stuff or, you know, any sort of content creation and it's on the internet, you just have to assume you're always in a public space, and that it's just, even though you're having a DM with someone, it's a DM in a room full of other people not paying attention to the conversation until one of the two parties wants to draw the crowd's attention to it. Now, a lot of people are like, oh, you know, commenting about how YouTube should be more of a collaborative environment and all that sort of stuff. Like, real talk here. Content creators collaborating is a good thing for the content creators, but there is always going to be somebody who is going to not gain as much as the others. Now, to me, the mentality of not wanting to do collaborations with other content creators comes down to it being that you feel like your content doesn't stand up on its own two legs, and that you're more afraid of, you know, like people liking somebody else's content more than your own. All right, that's what you're afraid of. You're not confident in what you're putting out there, so you don't want to collaborate with other people. I know there are content creators that want to do collaborations with us. Salty Mike, Jack Axton, Execute from Info Runners, Moist Noodle, Space Cutlet. You know, I want to do stuff with them, but Piracy just hasn't been in a great spot. The stuff is so scripted that she thought it would be exposing. Possibly. Like, that's the thing, is like, you know, maybe that's the problem and she doesn't want it exposed. Maybe she, you know, is hyper aware that, you know, other people are bloody, you know, like wouldn't like what she puts out there if they see it from, you know, the behind the scenes and that. Yeah, well, Justin, sometimes they can happen slightly organically. Like if you got a jump town, it can happen, but like at the capacity of what they show on Skunk Works, like you can tell that they've war gamed it. And that's not a bad thing. It shows a potential Star Citizen. But the issue that a lot of people have taken, especially here, is that they don't like how, well, how she's turned around and, you know, said YouTube's a cutthroat business and doesn't want to do a collaboration. She doesn't have to fucking do a collaboration with anyone if she doesn't want to. Nobody has to do a collaboration with anyone if they don't want to. She expressed an opinion. Cool. You don't like the opinion? Fine. Express your own opinion. Fucking everybody dogpiling on somebody for an opinion, bloody like that, is ridiculous, especially considering that it's not even rooted in any sort of racism, sexism, or bigotry. It's a business perspective. So why other people are concerned about that is beyond me. The way that she sees her, you know, org members as, you know, in, for lack of a better term, assets for content creation, that's on them. If they're comfortable with that, fine. You know, that's nobody else's business. If you don't like that, or you wouldn't want to be in that position and you want to express your opinion on that, fine. But realistically, no one should care. Upset about the answer, just the delivery. So what? Wait, being upset about the delivery of a response isn't, you know, warranted enough to fucking blast it on YouTube or blast it on Twitter. Like, there are better ways of saying no, but I see this and I'm like, I don't want to fucking work with this guy now. Why would I want to work with him? I don't give him the answer that he likes and he blasts me across the internet? Fuck that guy. And that's exactly it, side effects. Cheap growth. But here's the fucking problem that I have with this, and I wouldn't have commented on this at all because it's fucking somebody else's drama. This tweet here. I need to move the fucking chat. This bothers me. What stream alerts? Stream stats. Galactica. I'm probably pronouncing the name wrong. Now, this is her personal Twitter channel. These are her opinions on this particular subject. She's also, from my understanding, in charge of the social media for CIG. And I'm going to read this out. I never understood the mentality of seeing other content creators as a threat or as competition. I might be biased since I stream purely for fun and not for business. However, every single time I've collaborated or been invited to participate in events with other streamers, not only did fun increase by 200%, but so did my channel numbers. Last night, I was already planning to host an alien invasion at Ghost Hollow. While I originally had low participation at first, someone invited me to a party at Blasphemous midstream, which led to a massive alien invasion followed by an impromptu alien ship show at New Babbage. Every month, Adorthy Gamer and her org host fantastic murder mystery style ladies' night events, which have arguably been some of the most memorable moments in the verse. The point is, I truly believe that as a content creator, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. I encourage everyone to be open to collaboration and partnering with others. Don't emphasize the business aspect of it. Just have fun. When you have fun, your audience has fun, and that's when the magic happens. From a business perspective, there's nothing that makes me happier than seeing smaller channels blow up as a result of having fun and collaborating with others. Now go forth and make that stream magic with each other. Galactica. Now, go through this. This is in relation, she doesn't mention it specifically, but this is in relation to that post made by Blue. I don't have a problem with her point of view here. I have a problem with the social media manager, from my understanding. Oh no, it says it right there. Social media manager for Robert Space Industries, Star Citizen, CIG, commenting on a topic that affects backers in this sort of capacity. Because this doesn't inspire confidence, and I don't care if it's her own opinion. The fact that she's got social media manager for bloody Star Citizen and Robert Space Industries there. Her opinion can be her own all she wants, but I can tell you now, opinions still influence people's decision-making process, even in the business environment. Not only that, but it also breeds a level of doubt, for lack of a better term. Breeds a level of doubt behind their intentions, whether good or bad. And that's a problem. That's exactly it, Sparkle. Shaming from CIG because somebody said no in a way that another content creator didn't fucking like. Whether it was their intention or not. That's what this can come across as. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I don't agree with the way that Katie, views potential, competition, because, like, even as Johnny says, that's not what she meant. There's an element of truth to what people say, even when they're angry, or upset, or tired. All right, so when they sit there and they say that they view, other content creators and it's cutthroat and all that, it can be interpreted that they're viewing other content creators as competition. That said, though, she's put a lot of time and effort into her org. Just for some random to show up and film them for their own content is, in my mind, weird. And considering the size of the two channels, she would be doing this guy more of a favor than him doing her more of a favor. So from a business perspective, it doesn't make sense for her to help him, considering she gets not much out of it and he gets a lot. The only way that she'd want to, try and get more out of it is, continually feed him content so that he can build himself up. And if he becomes bigger, then, he can draw more people towards her. But that's from a purely business-minded perspective. And this is a biased perspective from a CIG employee, and it may be their opinion and they may say it's their own and it doesn't reflect on CIG and the way that they behave. You're creating doubt on yourself. You shouldn't be commenting on this at all. I'm going to link this one as well for you all to look at. Go through the comments yourself. This is mainly about, the whole collaboration thing. Because that seems to be the concentration, like what people are more concerned about. Like collaboration, people working together more. And, what we've got here is a CIG employee saying, hey, you should do that. And you shouldn't think of this more of a, you shouldn't be thinking of this as a business. You should be trying to have more fun so that everybody has fun. It's like, okay, cool. Why are you commenting on this? The timing of it, all of that sort of stuff. You could have posted about this in 3 months' time and it still would have been as relevant. But you would have created enough distance that it wouldn't be associated with this. Because it does look like a CIG employee commenting on a drama between two content creators when they really shouldn't be. Tulver, I'm going to tell you something right now. There's the right to do something, and then there's the timing of when you exercise that right. And it definitely has to do with that particular comment because of the timing of it. And that's a problem, is like it invokes doubt on CIG's intentions when it comes to content creators. Because this can be interpreted as, if you don't do it the way that we like, we're not going to, support you. Because we don't think that that's the way that you should be behaving. This can be interpreted in that if you don't give me the response that I like, I'm going to blast it all over the internet. Probably not old mate's intent, but it can be interpreted as that. It's a large org, side effects, but I wouldn't say it's one of the largest. Tell her it doesn't matter that she's speaking on her own. It doesn't matter that she's on her own social media channel, because she blends the stuff that she does with her work and her own personal life. The fact that she says that she's a social media manager in her own profile description comes across as nothing to hide, right? Well, that also comes across as posturing to me. I am this person. Be careful what you say. Because this also goes back to an issue that I have. I'm going to switch back to the face cam now. I'm going to point out, we're going to go back. We're going to go back. I'll turn the music back on. We're going to go back a few months. I don't know if he's still here. Captain Dirty. You guys might remember a warning that a specific player got about that had what everybody interpreted to do, or to do with, was spawn camping. The excessive griefing post, the email, and no explanation from CIG. Timing and rights are separate from each other. If you have a right, you have the right to exercise it at any time. Yeah, you could exercise your right at any time, Muffin. May not be the right time to do it. Just because you have the right doesn't mean that it's always the right time to do it. A medbed experience. The point that I'm alluding to here, to do with what Captain Dirty's situation was with the medbed incident, is that CIG made an adjudication on content, on the way that a content creator behaved. And what we've got here is CIG doing this again, because that's the way I see this. Doesn't care. I honestly do not care about somebody saying that their opinions are their own, because you carry your opinions out from your personal space into your workspace. All right, you don't become a different person when you go to and from work. You trust that that person has enough professionalism about themselves that they would not allow their personal opinions influence what they do, but it is in human nature that it will happen. That is why, as far as I'm concerned, and this is once again the thing that people need to understand, anything that you post on the internet is in the public space. And if one of your employees is posting shit that could be potentially damaging to the company, they will find a reason to get rid of you. Exactly, Ven. You're going to have your own opinion somewhere else. They're not going to stop you from having your opinion. You just do it somewhere else. Just like the whole org thing. Don't like the way that an org's been run? Leave. Don't like the way a member's behaving? Boot them out. Same with the companies. No, Kate doesn't work for CIG. I'm talking about this. Galactica commenting. The commentary that she's making here about content creators seen as a threat or competition. It's not that black and white, Muffin, when it comes to deciding who does, or the right time to when you should and shouldn't exercise a right. Realistically, it's you, the individual who exercises the right, that should be more cognizant of this situation and choose the time when that you should exercise that right. Because there are dickheads out there who will stamp their feet and go, it's my right to do whatever I want when I want, and will shit over everybody else, making those others who want to exercise that same right look just as bad. So it's the individual exercising that right. Now I can tell you now, that post has been poorly timed. I don't care that it's their right to exercise, you know, their opinion whenever they want. They've timed it poorly. Well, nothing. That's the point, though, mate. Like, the two aren't separate. The two aren't separate in this day and age. So when you sit there and you give an opinion on something, and you say, oh, my opinion's my own, it's like, well, you know, the position that you hold puts you in a position of power in the space that these other people are in. Promote their game through collaboration. What about it? What if somebody doesn't want to collaborate with others, Telva? Do they not get preference from CIG anymore? What if they don't want to collaborate with a specific person? That's the thing, like, it's none of CIG's business. This person shouldn't be wading into it, especially from the position that they're in. They can give their own perspective, yeah, you know, like, they had a lot of fun. You know, without sounding facetious, you know, like, from my understanding, Galactica didn't start streaming until after she got her job at CIG. I don't know if she was doing it before, but I didn't know about her streaming until afterwards. Oh, Telva, you don't understand. CIG can't ban me from YouTube, but they can ban me from using their content. It's in the terms of services. At any point, CIG can stop a content creator from using their IP. They can tell YouTube this person is illegally using our IP and withdraw that person's privilege, because it's not a right, it's a privilege, to use Star Citizen content on their channel. At which point, that person will have to capitulate. CIG can exercise their copyright at any point. So if you're not putting content out the way that they like, they can shut you down if they want. No, it's not streaming, it's all content. And that's the point. If your content comes from a game, and that's what you've been focusing on for years, and then you've got employees turning around, and CIG doesn't make this part clear as well. CIG doesn't make this part clear. But if they... yeah, they could go full Nintendo. Side effects, yes, it is risky. I would not do it. Yeah, they can strike our channels, they can do whatever they want because they own the copyright. And this person is in a position of influence, and if they're turning around and this is their opinion and they're saying that content creators should be more collaborative, even if they're not turning around and going, hey, you know, like don't be, you know, you need to collaborate more with others, or you should be collaborating more with others. Well, now they've got an opinion of this other person that, hey, they don't like doing content creation or collaboration with their content creation. They've stated themselves that they, you know, interact with other content creators. And I'm going to tell you now, the content creators who interact more with CIG employees and have CIG employees showing up do attract more larger audiences. They do. It's true. So being able to you know, sit there and say, oh, we're playing with CIG developers, that's a selling point for content creators. And if, you know, they're expressing that they think people should be, you know, that content creators should be collaborating more, that they don't understand the mentality, that could also be interpreted as they don't like that particular behavior and won't do things with those people either. Which could just mean, like, you know, Kate doesn't get invited to this bloody, what's it called? You know, murder mystery style ladies night that another streamer was running, because this social media manager for CIG turns around and goes, oh, you know, like, I'll show up for it. Oh, you're inviting this person? Why are you inviting this person? They don't like collaborating with others. I might not show up now. Or I might have other things to do. Now, I want to be clear on this particular point, because I know some people may take this out of context. I'm not saying that Galactica will be like that. I would like to give her the benefit of the doubt and think that she would not be that type of petty person. But commenting on this shit creates that level of doubt and starts, you know, do you understand what I'm getting at here, guys? Yeah, they're promoting non-consensual collaboration. 100%. You guys are going to collaborate with me regardless. I'm going to show up on your ship, I'm going to kick your bulkheads in, I'm going to shoot you in the face. And you're going to like it because CIG said so. That, you know, I hope you guys are picking up what I'm putting down here. It's a frustrating point. I understand where she's coming from, but at no point should, you know, the timing of this, if she wanted to give an opinion on it, the timing of it is off. You know, like, Galactica, as far as I'm concerned, you know, like, you can sit there and say that your opinions are yours, but we don't stop being this, you know, a human being when we go from personal life to work. CIG shouldn't be commenting on this sort of stuff. Employees of CIG, you know, giving out these sorts of opinions on a public platform, not a good look. Not a good look at all. The unfortunate thing is that if you scroll through, if you know the names, you'll see some other additional CIG employees commenting as well. And it shouldn't be happening at all. Get the point? I agree with the premise behind it, but the timing, it's quite clear who you're talking about here. And honestly, in the position that you're in, you should be staying well away from it. It has nothing to do with you. Realistically, this has nothing to do with me either. And I'm just commenting on it because I see this and I don't see anybody else saying it. People may sit there and go, oh, you're reading too far into it. No, I'm not. I'm fucking giving the perspective of how I see it. I'm not reading too far into it. Holy shit, this was a long stream. Alright, I think it's time to call it. I'm bloody hungry. It's like mid-morning for me. I've got things to do. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming along. It was a long-ass stream. Appreciate everybody who came along. You know, the stream was all over the place, really, you know, when you think about it. But it is what it is. Yeah, I live in the future. Anyway, that's it for me. I'm not 100% sure when next stream is going to be. We'll see how we're going. I'm not going to lie. The reactions for YouTube content is getting pretty light. But, yeah, we'll see how we're going next week in terms of finding content to react to. Hopefully there's no more org drama or anything like that. But at the end of the day, you know, we'll come out with something. Anyway, that's it. I'm off. Catch us all later.